And self-proclaimed, self-appointed, and self-everything you can ever think of, mother of LPG in South Africa. And just 2 weeks ago, a colleague from Zimbabwe called me, and he said, you know, Hadi, you are the mother of LPG in Southern Africa. I'm like, oh, I'll take it. I don't want the responsibility, but I'll take it. So we will settle in just for a minute, and then in a minute, and then we can start. not talk about it. Today is a beautiful day. We all want to have fun. And for those who didn't listen to me when I said dress code, it's sweaters and jeans. I said sweaters and sneakers. One way for you. Boo, boo. As you can see, the ground is wet. And then I actually felt vindicated because a lot of people were fighting me about this whole dress code. But when I found the ground wet, I was upset a bit and Abdi went there. But then I remembered, I did say sweaters and sneakers. We're supposed to be comfortable here. But yeah, so we're going to have a safety moment for the thing while I kind of like drink water and get myself together. Thank you.
Welcome to the current venue. So I'm here to give you a brief safety brief in case of emergency. All right, I'm going to start with the bathrooms. The bathrooms are not located within the premises, so you have to exit the venue, turn left. Immediately after the steps, you're going to see them on your right. So you exit, turn left, after the steps on your right. And this is a non-smoking venue. For the smokers, please use the cocktail tables at the far edges of the gardens. You will see I've put some ashtrays there for you guys. There is only 2 emergency exit areas in this place. So one is the main entrance that you use, then there's the other one next to the DJ. In case of emergency, please evacuate calmly and follow the emergency exit signs. If the fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the building immediately and calmly. Our assembly point is located by the arena parking area where you guys park your cars. There's an assembly point there. Our first aid stations, the keys are by the bar area and by the main reception hall. In case a colleague or you require some medical assistance, we've got some trained personnel who are going to assist with that. Please always keep your belongings with you. Do not leave bags or any other items unattended. If you see any suspicious activity, please report it to a security or a staff member. They are here always to help. Please stay hydrated, and thank you so much for your attention. Enjoy the rest of your day at the current venue. Thank you.
During the time, please mingle, and when there's breaks, mingle and meet with each other. You'll never know what's going to happen. I know people who did some great stuff during this kind of gatherings. So take advantage of this kind of gatherings. Why are we here? A little while back, when was it, 2019? Just before COVID, Minister Mandasha called pretty much the LPG industry. I wasn't working at SAPI at the time, but I wasn't working at LPG SAFE at the time, but I was working somewhere dealing with LPG. Called us in and said, I want LPG to be the household energy source of this country. I want every person, every household to cook with LPG. And it must be what they choose so that we can help take away the pressures of the grid. I remember the date. That is so scary. That was the 12th of December 2019. And ever since then, LPG SA, one of our sister associations, Fuels Industry Association of South Africa, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, which is now DMPR, Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources. And I guess to a lot of extent, the Department of Energy and Electricity, and a lot of extent to the Department of Employment and Labor, we've been trying to do that. Trying to make sure that South Africa chooses LPG as their energy source. And this is where LPG is Safe campaign was born. That is the base of it, 2019. Of course, COVID hit, all of us went back into our homes, and more than ever, we learned the hard way as a country that we need LPG to survive. Because remember, we were all stuck at home, load shedding hit us. Hold on, where's my ESCOM people? and they know I've made this presentation to them too. I'm not like that. I told them, and then COVID hit us, and we were all waiting in the house for that 2 hours, 4 hours. I pity those who had 6 hours of load shedding to pass so that we can go and cook at least pap, because we were sick and tired of bread. But also even that bread we couldn't even eat freely because we had to hide, we were run around to go and buy it. Yeah? Because it was load shedding. And I think it became apparent that sitting there with a crying child, hungry, you need another alternative source of energy. Of course, energy transition words, I'm now using the words that gets used, right, in the space. Energy transition, cleaner energies, blah, 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 all those things came. But the fact is, LPG had to step up and take its space. And LPG is Safe campaign helped us to do that. I am very proud that I actually led the crusade of LPG SA team. I'm going to say this bravely. LPG SA board, LPG industry, our members, our non-members, in actually doing that, making sure that LPG is chosen as the energy choice of the country, of every household. There's a lot of work that we still need to do, and that's why you are here, so that you can go and do that in your community. But how are you supposed to do that? Safely. Hence, make LPG safe for your community. The reason behind you having to wear jeans and sweaters and sneakers was so that you can come and work. You're not going to be free. You see, the fire department is there, LPG SA is there, there's going to be a whole lot of people there. You're going to be working physically. Yeah? So just to take you through the program, we have quite a nice program for you. We understand that this kind of gatherings normally have people sitting down, speeches, panels. There's not going to be panels today, but we're going to have a lot of presentations of people who have done exactly this, made LPG safe for their communities, entrepreneurs like you. We have policymakers. We have Department of Employment and Labor. You know, the compliance guy, the auditor is back. The chief is back to making sure that we are all compliant. She's going to educate you once, and if you do non-compliance out there, she's coming with a whip. And LPGSA is going to help her. So we really hope you're going to have a good day. More than that, you're going to have, like, you're going to come out of this place speaking like me. Obviously, where's Zandi? She's supposed to be timing me because she says I speak too much. So somebody time me so that I don't sit here and speak alone. So without wasting much of your time, I would like to introduce you to Miss Chiliti Ramwezisi. She is the chairperson of LPG SA board. She is also the MD of Total Gas South Africa. So she likes acting shy. She's not really shy, but please welcome her.
I'll stand here. Thank you for that warm welcome. Good morning, everybody. As I introduced, my name is Chairperson, and I'm honored to be here this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And I did dress the part today, because I know normally Women's Day events, we wear traditional clothes and we all go all out to look bright and beautiful. But thank goodness, I read the workshop brief. And I actually called Kari to say, Kari, what is the dress code? She's like, no, you better come wearing jeans and jackets. You don't want you there in high heels. So I'm glad I dressed the part. But that actually also meant some of my former colleagues did not recognize me. I went to meet a colleague earlier who said to me, oh, I thought it was you, but I didn't recognize you because you look short. So yes, nobody are a bit taller, but that's only because of the heels. I am really this height. But ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to warmly welcome you to this 2025 LPG SA Women's Month of Safety workshop under the theme of Make LPG Safe for Your Community. This is a subject of vital importance, and today we will delve into the role of LPG in driving economic development and fostering inclusivity. LPG has become an essential part of the economy, not only by providing a clean and efficient source of energy, but also by fueling growth across sectors. By creating stable demand, LPG also stimulates investment in infrastructure, which in turn generates jobs at every level of the value chain. Effective regulations are the underpinning framework to provide an enabling environment for the LPG industry to flourish. Today, we will unpack the regulatory and compliance aspects relating to LPG within the different spheres of government, with the objective to better understand the mandates of the various regulatory authorities. However, that being said, true economic growth is only meaningful when it is inclusive and provides opportunities for a diverse range of participants. Women and youth must be central to the LPG value chain. Empowering them as entrepreneurs, distributors, and decision makers in the LPG sector can transform not only their own livelihoods, but entire communities. Young people in particular are central to our future. Youth bring innovation, digital skills, and energy to local enterprises. By supporting and developing our youth in acquiring technical and operational skills in the LPG sector, we create opportunities for employment and entrepreneurial participation of capable young people well equipped to contribute meaningfully and become future leaders of this fast-growing industry. Inclusion is therefore not only a matter of fairness, it is an economic necessity if we are to unlock the full potential of the sector. Finally, as we expand LPG use, safety must remain at the heart of our efforts. Safety practices protect lives, they preserve trust, and strengthen consumer confidence. As the LPG market expands, ensuring that infrastructure, equipment, as well as cylinders and vehicles that transport our products are compliant becomes paramount. And the regular maintenance to ensure that these all meet the highest safety requirements is equally important. Safety, however, is not just a technical issue. It is a promise to families, to businesses, and to communities that LPG is a reliable and safe partner in their daily lives. An expanding market built on weak safety foundations is unsustainable. But one built on robust safety standards is not only sustainable, it is also scalable, capable of reaching millions more households and businesses without compromising health, safety, or the well-being of people. In conclusion, LPG offers us an opportunity to power our economy, improve our environment, and transform our communities. But to fully realize its potential, we must build an industry that is safe, inclusive, and forward-looking. One that creates space for women, empowers youth, and earns the confidence of every user. I hope that during the course of today's masterclass, business development workshops, and safety demonstrations, we will unlock ideas as to how these objectives can be better achieved. I wish you all a fruitful workshop and enjoy the proceedings of the day. Thank you.
Here so that I can stand like this. My staff who's supposed to be my MC is gone. I was gonna pull one on him, so he pulled one on me first. Our next speaker, first, I think in your program there, you have DDG Tsibiso Matubela, rightfully the father of LPG in terms of, I think, the government. He couldn't unfortunately be here last minute, but he didn't leave us standing dry. He sent somebody. Now, a little bit about this somebody. When we started this project in, like, long time ago, 2019, he was there. And then one time he calls me and says, Khadi, I'm leaving the area, I'm going to Eastern Cape. So I will not be doing this thing with you anymore. I'm like, but then who's gonna be doing with us from the department? Then he gave a whole lot of names. And then sometimes he's in the Eastern Cape and we are going with the campaign to Eastern Cape, we call him. We said, you have to come, you have to do the work, you can't keep on running. And then he says, no, I have business to go, blah, blah, blah. You know, people who run away. And then, yesterday, Mr. Matubela calls me and tells me, I'll send him. Oh, did I have a good chuckle? He keeps on running, but guess what? He keeps on swallowing him back. Mr. Makosini Ngomezulu is the director of fuel supply, which includes LPG. So if there's no LPG in the country, blame him. He is the face. And he's from the Department of Mineral, Petroleum, Resources, and I'll get it right. Don't worry, DMPR.
Thank you, Program Director. It's quite mouthful. It's true I ran away, but it could not succeed. Here am I today. Yeah, but it has been a long way. It's true. Much of what I was going to say has been said by the previous speaker, the MD, Total Gas. The role of LPG in the economy and also in job creation, and also the role that it plays as far as environmental emissions are concerned. But maybe if we look at the 10-year horizon, we would find indicators that LPG in the country has actually doubled. I'm talking about the demand. And also, it shows that it becomes now more than ever an alternative for space heating and water heating as a source, especially in winter months. And also it plays a role, like it has been indicated here, when you talk about ESCOM, and then ESCOM is here, but maybe we don't have to talk about load shedding because now at least that has been resolved. But it does play a role, a significant role in terms of alleviating the pressures on the grid. So LPG is actually the best alternative to the normal conventional energy sources that we have. And one must also indicate that following the licensing of certain, actually a number of terminals, storage terminals, it makes it it actually increased the reliability of the use of LPG, because you will remember that some time back, even though we would love to promote LPG, but there were hindrances such as the reliability, because the country could not satisfy the demand, especially during winter months. But because of the storage terminals that we now have in different areas in the country, talk about the Western Cape and also in Richards Bay, that has now increased the reliability of LPG supply, and hence now there is actually no reason not to opt for LPG as an energy source. Just imagine if one were to ask any one of us here as to what is the price of LPG per kilogram. I wonder if we would get that correct per Gauteng province, just to indicate as to whether or not we purchase LPG. Maybe in closing, for me, it has been highlighted the theme LPG is safe, and then our being here, we will talk about the safety. There is also Department of Labor and Employment, and also compliance from the DMPR side, which also talks to health-related issues as far as LPG is concerned. So mine would be to encourage us, first as we are here, to consider using LPG as an alternative to the conventional energy source, and also to promote it to those that are close to us who are not here, and also so that they also can promote it in their corners, so that we promote what the MD Total Gas Energy said was talking about, job creation and also sustainability, and also reducing the impact of environmental emissions and making our environment to be cleaner, so that we may have better public health outcomes. With that, colleagues, I may say, let's engage. It's a pity that I got the message late, so I'm not in my jeans and sneakers. Yeah, but otherwise, I'm here. Thank you very much, Program Director.
You know, when a person is trying to run away from work, they start saying, I'm not wearing proper clothing. and they think they're going to be cut some slack. I think that's the last really of the speeches. Now we go into educational stuff. So before we start there, Catherine is not here, and Peter. All right, but Jocelyn is here. I think it was late last year sometimes, I got contacted by EWCTA. And they said, you know what, we want to work with you, LPG SA, we want to work with you with all the skills development around the LPG sector. You know what all the CITAs do, right? They're really the education and training authorities. So they wanted to have an MOU with us. And it turned out we are the only energy source that actually didn't have a relationship with EWCTA at that time. I was like, no, it can't be. We're the bigger, the most available, the cheapest energy source in the country, so we have to be there. And long started the discussion around what is that we can all do together. What is that is available for normal employees, for entrepreneurs in this industry, that we can make funding available for them? That was the nice part. Of course, somebody's going to give you money. Who says no to that? Then the second part was, there is G20 coming. You know, who doesn't know about G20 by now? You don't know about G20? I have my 2 new kids from SAQCC based there. Please tell them about G20 while you're there. We have G20 coming, and EWCTA happens to be in one of the programs of G20 which deals with energy, clean energy to be exact, which means when it comes to that whole clean cooking project that we've been hearing about, the CETA authority is EWCTA in that project. And in addition to that, they said, oh, we're also working with ESCO. I'm like, who doesn't want to work with ESCO? And so began the start, and I hope it was the start of a good relationship that LPGSA is about to have with both EWCTA, ESCOM, and everybody involved in that clean cooking project. With us here from EWCTA, and thank you very much for partnering with us for this occasion, is Taslim Yusuf. He is the executive at the EWCTA for planning, evaluation, and monitoring, and the guy who's responsible for that clean cooking project. I can't say he's going to make us rich, but he's going to open opportunities for us. Thank
you very much, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the privilege of joining me here. You almost did my whole presentation, but I think you left something for me. Before I start, I would just like to say that LPG is not just an afterthought. It's already considered in our integrated resource plan. If you go on to the next slide. I only have 3 things I'm going to be talking about. I'm going to be talking about skills development, the framework. I'll talk about the EWCTA because it goes beyond LPG. And then I'll talk about the clean cooking agenda for South Africa. Hopefully we can connect the dots and talk about inclusive economic participation. That's the mandate of the EWCTA up there. We try to anticipate, build, and strategically plan and manage skills development across the country. There are 21 CETAs, and only one of those CETAs. CETAs are structured around the economy of the country. And we have 2 critical economies we structured around, energy and water. And you know both of them are life. Our strategic intent as an institution is really looking at enabling skills that are capable of responding to the needs of your country. If you find out across the world, there's no other institution like a CETA. CETAs are unique. They're unique because of the history of South Africa. And if you don't understand them and you think they are funding institutions, you will miss an opportunity. We're not funding institutions. Funding is just a drop of the ocean of what we do. We really sit down with entities and understand what they do and gear them in the direction to add value to the economy. Hence, we found out that there was a need for us to work with an industry association like LPG SAFE. On my next slide, exactly what I was saying. Skills development is the foundation for nation building. Any economy that lacks the skills will import the skills. And if you keep importing the skills, it's unsustainable. So it tells you that skills development is at the center of economic growth and global competitiveness. Very important that our goods and services are able to compete globally. And you can only do that when you produce goods and services efficiently and with the right skill sets. There's also a need to address the skills gap. You will see that the South African economy is the largest economy on the continent. And the reason for that is because South Africa has a brilliant educational system, I can assure you. So it's very important that we're able to ensure that for today's skill set and in the future, you keep on having that kind of supply of human resources to drive economic growth. There's also the need for social inclusion. Look for any country in the world that puts women at the bottom. You'll find out that economy is also at the bottom as well. Women are at the center of most economies. A lot of people don't want to accept it, but it's the truth. Equally, there's a need for us to ensure that our graduates are employable, not just within the shores of South Africa, but across the world. I mean, it's one economy. If there's a problem in the US, it affects us. If there's a problem across the Middle East, it affects us. So you want to make sure your graduates can move in any direction of global economy. Lastly, the just energy transition. And the just is about justice. It's ensuring that it is fair, it's equitable, it's accessible to all. And all of this contributes to inclusive economic participation. In the next slide, I just wanted to share with you the complexity of my job. This is my day job. I report to the Department of Higher Education. All of those boxes you see are institutions within the skilling system of the Department of Higher Education. It has the largest amount of entities that report to it. So if you're sitting down here thinking that you're just simply an LPG person trying to get LPG to someone, I'm telling you there's a massive opportunity out there in the skilling space that you should be able to think about and plug yourself into that whole mix. So we call it the Post-Secondary Education and Training System. Short form is PSET. It's very important to understand all of those institutions within it. The CETA is just one small portion of the skilling system. In the next slide, you will see that we have institutions like yourself. We have funders. We also look for money. We partner with other institutions, local and global institutions, to ensure we can drive skills development. We work with employers, industry associations like yourselves, international donors, labor organizations, and workplaces to ensure that workplaces can drive skills development of their own staff members. I'm moving a bit fast because I'm trying to get to the very interesting part. This is my last slide about the CETA. And it's important I explain to you about the CETA because if you think you understand it, you haven't. These are the offerings of the CETA. Skills development planning. So we do a lot of planning. I don't know how many of you companies, either small companies or large companies here, submit what you call workplace skills plans, just by show of hands. ESCOM does, by the way. Okay, good. Now, that document you submit allows us to sit in our offices and sort of understand what the skilling requirements are for your sector. So you might do your day job by just trying to make sure that you can put food on the table. My day job is to ensure that we have skills for today and for tomorrow. And we can put things in place to ensure that curriculum speaks to the skill sets that are needed for the future. We also do a lot of learnerships and apprenticeship programs. We do qualifications. There are qualifications that are developed by each and every CETA working with TVETs. We develop those curriculums. So when people say curriculums do not speak to industry need, I say, I don't understand what you're talking about. We sat with industry to develop those curriculums to ensure that there are jobs that you can benchmark against. We do strategic partnerships. I reached out to you to partner with you. If you walk into my office to partner with me, it's very difficult because I will identify you if you're critical. So we reached out to you to partner with you because we found it very, very strategic. We also deal with the energy transition, and the energy transition goes beyond renewable energy. Hence, we're here talking about LPG. On the second bottom, you will see that we also have funding opportunities. We look at funding opportunities for bursary. We understand that there are people that have been disadvantaged. They cannot afford to go to school. We try to fund them. That's a small portion of what we do. We try to fund them. We try to bring in other types of funding. But next and very, very important is work skills placement. There are people in this country that they can only complete their qualifications when they sit inside the workplace to get that experience. So we try to ensure that companies can open their doors to those young individuals to give them a foot on that table, an opportunity for skills development. Lastly, I'll say we do research and innovation. We do a lot of different types of research, trying to understand what is happening. So yes, I'm talking about LPG. I'm very embedded into LPG. My background is energy. However, in skills development, we also do research to understand outside the challenges of the industry, what is the skills-related challenges of that industry. And the next slide, that's the last slide, sorry. I think you have the wrong set of slides, huh? One more slide? One more? You have the wrong set of slides. I cannot compromise that, I'm sorry. Can you check your email? Can you have your email? Does it have access to your? You must have copied those slides. Can you see? So I'm sorry about that. I will not compromise my slides. I've already compromised. I don't have a clicker. I mean, not the last screen. But let me talk to you while they put up the slides. So the next slide is around the G20 itself. First of all, the line department for the G20 is the Department of Electricity and Energy. They have what you call a working group for G20. It's called an Energy Transition Working Group. I sit on that working group. My CEO is the chair of that working group. That working group has two deliverables it must give. One is paper. I mean, you know this country, we love to write. And that's the development of a clean cooking infrastructure investment plan. That plan is for 20 countries across the world, as well as the African continent. So we're sitting on that document, we've developed it. But then the Minister for Electricity and Energy, brilliant man, he says to us, I want a project on the ground that talks about clean cooking. So we had to step out of our comfort zone of writing, which is what we do best. And we said to ourselves, let us put a project on the ground. So that's the second deliverable, is to implement a clean cooking program. Next slide, please. Now, what is clean cooking? Clean cooking is not about the quality of the food. It's about the energy source that prepares that food. And like the director was talking about from petroleum, there's space heating, there's water heating. LPG is actually considered in our integrated resource plan. But sometimes it really offends me when I hear people talking about it as if it's an afterthought. So on the distribution side of the network, which is our homes, and on the side where we do business, you have to look at how clean cooking really affects the lives of people. There are women that go out every day into the bush or into the farms to get wood. Things happen to them. There's also a health implication when you cook coal within your house. So we may say whatever we want to say about ESCOM, but ESCOM is really brilliant in trying to ensure that in their power stations that use coal, they have interventions around those locations to try to ensure that air quality is safe. And that's called an air quality offset program run by ESCOM. We must also bear in mind that clean cooking is not only about LPG. So if you're still sitting down here thinking that your job is simply LPG, you're losing a lot of opportunities. There's natural gas that can be converted. I know it's complex, but it's an opportunity. We have biogas that can be used for cooking. We've got ethanol from sugarcane and different methods. We've got electricity as well. South Africa is quite fortunate. Most houses are electrified. But we must remember our electricity comes from coal. So the more we're cooking, the more we're increasing our nationally determined contributions to emissions. So we also have what you call pelletizers. You can take your farm waste and convert that using clean stoves or clean cooking stoves to be able to drive your cooking. So there are different methods of clean cooking. LPG is just a drop in the ocean and one of those opportunities. In the next slide, quite an interesting slide. This is the document I was talking about. I've written documents and I'm getting tired, but this is a very important piece of work because this document sets the agenda for the 20 G20 countries as well as countries in Africa. This document is founded on 4 pillars. Policy for universal access to clean cooking, increasing your funding and your finance for clean cooking, the clean cooking market industry development, as well as bridging the knowledge gap. Those are our 4 pillars. Now, within these 4 pillars, we've got actions. In G20, you cannot dictate to countries. You are equal. You simply recommend. So we've recommended some actions around clean cooking for countries. I'll say to you, when this document is in the public domain, read it, and as entrepreneurs, I'm sure you see the opportunity. To the next slide, and I think this is where it now really comes down to you. The second deliverable for us is the clean cooking program. The program has 3 phases. We're going to be working very closely with ESCOM in Kwazama-Pukle. It's a community in Pumalanga, very close to the Arena Power Station, where ESCOM looked at what was happening with air quality in the area close to their power stations. They were able to tell that people are also cooking with coal inside their houses. So in addition to air quality outside, the ambient air quality within your homes, you're already exposed to CO2 and other different particulate matters. And they said to themselves, there's a need to do something. But I won't lie to you, it's not just an ESCOM initiative, there was regulation. Very painful. There was regulation coming from the DFFE, Forestries and Fisheries. As far back as 2004, there was regulation that said, for you to emit, you must care about the air quality and put interventions in place. So ESCOM has followed that regulation. They went into those households and they were able to do something about it. They changed they took away their coal stoves. They did a bit of insulation for space heating. They did a bit of wiring, and they were able to get those homes to start using LPG. But is ESCOM in the business of LPG or clean cooking? So there are going to be gaps in those programs. Now, what we did as a outcome 3, which is the outcome I see in G20, was we said to ourselves, rather than create a brand new project, let us look at that project and look for the gaps in that project and close the gaps. Because it's all about value chains. Am I correct? So we sat down and we started looking at that project and we could tell there were aspects of those projects that were missing. And one of them was that people are still having to jump into a taxi and go buy gas some kilometers away. And the gas cylinders are about 9 kilograms. How many of you can carry a 9-kilogram gas cylinder, jump into a taxi and go buy gas? It's rare. How many of you can also afford to always have a 9 kilogram filled up? 9 kilograms, rather than just pay as you go or buy as you want. So there are gaps in that project, hence our first phase of that program is to look at closing the gaps in Kwazama-Pukle. Now, while we close those gaps, we also plan to go on a journey with ESCOM, because ESCOM is looking at transforming 36,000 households, providing them with insulation for space heating, providing them with the hybrid stoves, with gas cylinders and all of that. So we plan to go on that journey with them in the second phase between 2026 and 2030. Now, beyond that, we also plan to work very closely. When I say we, I'm not talking about myself. My day job is sales planning. I'm only a catalyst to this. So when I'm done in Kwazama-Pukle, I'll go back into my office, comfortable office. But in 2030 and beyond, we hope that this program will be owned by your different departments. I think in my next slide, okay, yes, you can go to the next slide. Different departments, Department of Electricity and Energy, Petroleum and mineral resources, and different international institutions are going to come on the ground and try to set that up. And they will drive clean cooking beyond 2030. They're also going to be involved right now in Kwazulu-Natal, but they will be scaling up gradually. What is the offering? And this is the offering, very important. There's going to be a national clean cooking baseline study, more documents to write. They're going to develop pipelines for national investment, ready projects. So projects like yourselves, or individuals like yourselves to put in projects. You're going to have financial facilities covering the supply chain for clean cooking. You're going to have networks, knowledge creation, and dissemination of information. You're also going to be able to access climate financing and carbon credits. And you're also going to do a lot of monitoring and evaluation of the impacts of the program. In the next slide, and I'm sorry my slides are quite long, but the truth is that I wish I could just pass you all of this information, because information is actually power. But in the next slide is very important. When next time you hear someone talk about LPG in passing, tell them LPG belongs in the conversation of South Africa's energy mix. It's not there by mistake. It belongs in that conversation. So you will see we've got from COPE. COPE is your climate parties, where we had some commitments, pledges. We try to drop down global temperatures to 1.5 degrees. There are two things we need to do. We need to introduce a lot of renewable energy into the energy system. We also need to increase energy efficiency. How many of you are familiar with energy efficiency? Show of hands. Okay, that's painful. I headed that program when I was in Senate. It's very painful. Let me explain. The more you build in power stations, it's taxpayers' money. The more you spend in trying to build capacity to use, you're spending money. Whereas, if you are able to use what you have efficiently without reducing what you get out of it. Look at the lighting. Why do we have lighting here? We've got natural light. This is inefficient. They are paying a bill, whereas we could use the ordinary light. So energy efficiency says you should have efficiencies so that you reduce your spend. And if we're efficient, we'll build less power stations. So two options. We need to change our energy sources to be renewable, so they are cleaner and safer. We actually need to use less energy to do the same work, so that we save more money. And then lastly, we need to introduce LPG, and I added it there at the end. When you look at LPG, it emits less than coal. It has less particulate matter, sulfur and nitrogen. So it's a no-brainer. We should be using it to cook. In most of Africa, LPG is used to cook. So in the next slide, and this is my final slide, is just talking about EWCTA. Because I want to see a lot of your faces on the skills side. Because the only way to keep a country running is to have highly competent, efficient people who continuously develop themselves to keep the country running. Thank you very much.
Everybody else except the freeway can ask Teslim questions. Because you're sitting next to him. and Thompson. Yeah. Everybody sitting in this desk. Do you guys have a question for Teslim? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know if I should introduce myself. My name is Kulelo Rampete, and my question is based on the baseline studies that needs to happen. I know EWCTA also works with partnerships, so the research that is needed for those baseline studies, do you also partner with that?
No, thank you very much. Like I said, I'll be returning back to my offices after October 2025. I might be involved because I'm an engineer, so I want to be involved. However, the baseline studies we were talking about, if you look at what ESCOM is doing, and ESCOM is really brilliant. They're doing a lot of monitoring and evaluation. So they're watching projects and they're learning and they're modifying, they're correcting their errors. So the baseline studies will happen in every community. When you look at the Free State might not have coal power stations. They will have a different kind of problem. So you're not going to go in there with an air quality kind of program. You might go in there with a different kind of program because you have a lot of farming communities. So you might have a lot of pelletizers coming in. You need to study that, understand it, and then to fit it into what you need to do. But if you think you can just replicate what happens in the Pumalanga, you're going to have a failure. So hence those baseline studies will happen. But we're working closely with your AFDBs, your applicant union, your UNIDOs. They are going to be able to access funding for such studies. We do not want people spending their money on those studies. Those studies should be done well ahead. However, there's going to be a need for skin in the game. You have to own a business. You have to be ready to put down your brain and think outside the box. So I think that's where those studies will come.
Any other question? You good? Sorry.
Thank you. You mentioned about okay, I'm Snow Yolanda. Snow Yolanda from Central Energy Fund. You mentioned the air quality offset program. Can you please elaborate on that and what technologies are you using to offset the carbon emissions? I know that you said ESCOM is partnering with you on that specific program. Are there any technologies that you piloted this program? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So ESCOM has got what you call the Air Quality Offset Program. It's based on a regulation that comes from the DFFE that says for coal emitting stations or coal power stations, you must care about the communities around you and ensure you have mechanisms in place. So what they've done is, you cannot go out there and capture the air and clean it. So what they've done is to ensure that, first of all, emission closest to the people, which is in your homes. People are cooking with, have you ever seen a coal stove?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I saw one on recently, I'm sorry. So those coal stoves do virtually everything. You can put an iron on top of it, it helps you warm it, you can put a pot, you can cook, it warms the environment, but all of that is happening and is emitting within the household. So when you remove that, you've removed the first source that is closest to the people. Then at ESCOM power stations, they've got their own mechanisms in reducing the emissions and particulate matter. They've got what you call ash that comes out from the coal they use. They have different technologies already that addresses that, but it's still not enough. And then there's also standards and requirements that they must meet. So you have mechanisms in checking air quality from time to time. You won't believe it. In these communities where ESCOM is working, they've already done a check of the air quality, and you can see a significant amount of reduction. So they're going to be going across the whole of Pumalanga, because that's where we have most of our coal stations, and they're going to be going into different communities. So the G20 program is now going to work side by side without changing the scope of what ESCOM is doing, working side by side and closing those gaps. And closing those gaps is the introduction of clean cooking, last mile solutions, looking for how to enable the community, see it as a business opportunity. You guys are sitting down here as entrepreneurs. The opportunity is going to be there. And if you have a challenge, it's the biggest blessing you can ever have. Because challenges allow you to push yourself and think outside the box. So ESCOM sees the air quality as a challenge, but an entrepreneur sees it as an opportunity.
Last question? Going once, twice, 3 times. So when Taslim has the first meeting with myself and the team, and he was like telling me about, what he's saying here, all passionate. LPG can do big things, G20. I'm like, we're not interested if all you want to do is G20. We want to go beyond G20. If your aim is to take LPG beyond G20, you've got us. Before then, nah. And he says, I assure you, trust me, we're going beyond G20. I'm like, he doesn't know that I'm going to hold him accountable. And it was good to see the CEO of EWC, Austen Paul, saying exactly the same thing last week. So we have people to hold accountable. We're taking G20 beyond, we're taking LPG beyond G20. However, I'm disappointed in all of you who didn't raise their hands and efficiency. What is LPG SAFE slogan? What does that mean? I mean, have you ever asked yourself what does that mean? Before the end of today, because we're here for skills development, I would have made you explain, somebody explain. But let me tell you before we go into what we call the regulations masterclass. Let me tell you about today, some of the nice things that are going to happen. So EWC has set up there, EMS has set up there. Who knows who EMS is? You see EMS, they know who they are. EMS are the guys that we make work overtime when we don't operate a safe environment as LPG entrepreneurs, LPG communities that use LPG. So when there is a tanker or a truck full of cylinder that fell somewhere, when there is a house burning because of an unsafe cylinder, because these things happen. When there is somebody's filling site, which is questionable, is burning there, EMS are the guys that respond first. They are the first responders, and they are here in the house with us, and they are our big partners. So when we invited them, they were like, we will be there. So EMS is there as well, but EMS is also here. You saw us, Anna here dressed up. One thing I love about EMS, right? When they come here, they come in uniform. And somebody once told me, when we're traveling, that if you can get your emergency services to come to your function in uniform, you have won. Every single time, EMS doesn't disappoint me. So, colleagues, you got a heavy, what's it called? Goodie bag, which I think you wondered, what the hell is LPG SAFE on about here? Right? So in your goodie bag, there is things that you can take back. Every goodie bag has about, let me explain. I'm proud of this goodie bag, and I'm going to tell you how it came about. There is a comic book. LPG has a comic book. You have about 40 of those. Each and every one of you have about 40 of those. What are you going to do with those? You're going to give, because you're an entrepreneur, I know people are not listening to me, I'm going to ask them questions. They don't know me. You're going to give this to schools close by, school kids, because with a comic book, school kids are easily able to learn something about LPG safety. You're going to share this with the schools nearby to you or your customers that are close to schools. You also have LPG safety tips and cylinder tips. 40 of those. Every goodie bag has 40 of this. This is for you, for your customers. You're gonna teach them using this about LPG safety, how to manage LPG in their homes. After today, you're gonna know how to do all that physically and on paper, because that's all the demonstrations are gonna be about. So when you see this, the rest of the documents in here are actually documents that are produced by the World Liquid Gas, formerly World LPG Association. And we made each a copy for you so that you can learn about the benefits of LPG, all sorts of information around LPG that you can share with your community when you educate them, when you drive your business and try to engage your communities. You will see practically how other people have been doing that. So that's why you're here, you're coming to learn all that. Why do you have all these things? It's another, I don't know, should I call you Father Christmas? Or Mother Christmas? We'll call you Mother Christmas because Mandy is not here. Petrogas, another sponsor of ours. So they are the ones that said, we need to do something for everybody. And there's going to be a competition. 5 of you are going to be winners of the LPG SAFE hamper starter pack. Yeah. Like I'm feeling big right now because, you know, if you stand, if you go to that nice place there, you will see some of them. But if you stand, you will see some of this. Let me explain. It's a rollabout heater, right? It's a hot plate. It's a 5 kg cylinder. But it's pamphlets, educational pamphlets. The comic book, 1,000 copies of comic books, 1,000 copies of LPG, all you need to know about cylinders, 1,000 copies of the book marker. As an entrepreneur, a distributor of LPG, the legit one, and I'll tell you, Zandi has already checked you all out. If you have ever been reported for anything non-compliant, we're going to sit you down, but we're going to educate you. And the next year you will win something. So at least 5 of you are going to win those hampers today. That is a starter pack that you're going to need to go out there and educate your communities and make LPG safe for your communities. Ne? All right. Now I'm bringing the big guns out now. We're doing master classes. This is all about learning. So in the bag, you also have a notebook, right? Please take out that notebook. And the pen that is written LPG SAFE. We have regulators that are going to start us here and educate us about the country's policies, compliance policies, everything you can think of, licensing on LPG. You have screens on the side, screenshots. From now on, remember, I'm the one who sent you all the invitations, which means I have all your names. From now, when you call LPG, I'm like, which company? When you say, let's see, second guess, I'm going to say, second, you were at the thinking, you should know what does that mean. So I'm no longer answering any questions about regulations anymore. That has been talked about here, because with all that book and all that pens, you need to write and understand what's being said. Ask questions, right? We have our first master class, regulations. I have with you here Ndate Kana from DMPR. He is the Director, Enforcement, Petroleum Compliance and Enforcement. Our colleagues from policy couldn't make it as well this morning. It would have been nice for them to be here, so that when Ndate Kana speaks, you would have heard from them. But technically, Ndate Kana is going to be the guy, and he told me last week some of the things he has planned for us in terms of if we are non-compliant, what him and the Department of Employment and Labor are going to do to us. So I'm not scaring you, but that's what he told me. So please listen carefully.
Thank you very much, Ms. Isari. I think you got it right at last. DMPR. I know that it tends to have this tongue twisting effect. But yes, we are the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. But firstly, let me thank Mr. Sabi for this opportunity, the MD of LPG SA. Let me also acknowledge Ms. Chilete Ramwetisi, MD for Total Gas. My colleagues from SAFE, FIASA is here, the associations that are here, ladies and gentlemen, the sponsors, and I think it's still appropriate for me to say Happy Women's Month. You all look beautiful. And please relax, Mr. Sabi saying big guns are out. There's no big guns, I'm just a public servant. Serving at a senior level to explain policy. And this is an opportunity for me to talk to you about that. Please let me also start by saying don't be confused by this department, because I think you will note that we divorced and married several times. We were Department of Minerals and Energy. And then we divorced Department of Energy and Department of Mineral Resources. And then we came back again, we married DMRE, Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. And then we say we are divorcing again, we are DMPR now. But in actual fact, we are just two state organs that are looking into petroleum being an energy source in its respective mineral. And the energy department, we are doing same work. And we are also called the economic enablers, meaning we are policy developers. We also regulate to ensure that we level the playing field, to ensure that we develop the economy, we address the social ills and so forth and so forth. So I am Mwakokekana, as introduced. I'm the director responsible for petroleum compliance and enforcement in the DMPR. And just maybe to reiterate what Ms. Kizan indicated, to say it would have been nice or even benefiting if my colleagues from petroleum licensing were to be here to get a presentation on how to go about applying for a license. And then also the pricing colleagues to talk to you about the pricing aspect of petroleum products. And then I am the person who's called or named the police. This is not a good space to be in, because you become unpopular. You are the one who's supposed to enforce and call people to order, and not many likes that. Because if we have regulations, I think they are there for a reason. We need to make sure that we comply to that. So without wasting any further time, I'm having a 18-slide presentation. It's long, I know. I can just imagine the aim. I'm gonna move slightly faster, but then maybe talk more into the slides that are important. The reason why I'm having 18 slides, ladies and gentlemen, is that when you prepare a presentation, you want to give as much information as you can. Like my colleague has indicated from EWCTA, information is power. I want to share with you as much as I can share with you, but I know that there will be time constraints. I need to be mindful of that. But then let me just assure you as well that I'll be around until in the afternoon. Any other issues that you may want to tackle with me one-on-one, will be around to actually engage you on that. I'm having my presentation slides, and then we can just quickly go to overview. I will talk to the value chain, the stakeholders, and then objectives of the Petroleum Product Act. So this is where we derive our mandate. As a regulator, you don't operate in vacuum. There is law that gives you power. And then the directorate mandate, that's where I'm sitting. LPG, I think we'll talk regulation on non-LPG, how do we enforce, and then the collaborative efforts. Next slide. This next slide, I think it actually demonstrates, it's a diagram that demonstrates the value chain. Apologies for the busyness, but when you talk about value chain, it's a lot that is happening. And then, because this slide is also where you need to zoom in terms of where the opportunities in the sectors are. Because I also forgot, apologies, to indicate that with the department, we are now responsible for regulating the mining and mineral and petroleum. So I am on the petroleum side of things. There is also mining colleagues and then who also do work there, and then we are under the Minister Mantashe, and then our DM being Ms. President Guna. So the value chain is categorized mainly into 3 sections: your upstream, and all of these categories are capital intense, but the most capital intense one will be your upstream, where you do your exploration and so forth and so forth, and then midstream where you refine, and then also when you do downstream, that's where actually most of the entrepreneurs are participating at. Where there is opportunities will be your midstream to your downstream, but be mindful that this is a capital intense sort of like sector. People tend to look at it from a distance and think that it's a gold mine. It can be profitable, but it has its own challenges, which is actually why we're here as well. So this just actually demonstrates the value chain, and then from upstream, as I've indicated, refining midstream, and then retailing, I think it's downstream, and marketing arm of the sector itself. And then we can go to the next slide. The following slide number 4, actually just give a narrative of what I've already explained in the previous slide. To say, when we say exploration, it's upstream as I've indicated. And then beneficiation will take place at your midstream, where we have players there, as I've indicated. We have SUBREF, which was a joint V between BP and Shell, and then NREF, and then Chevron, now it used to be Caltex, now Chevron, and NATREF. But please, ladies and gentlemen, be mindful that the refineries that we used to have, a majority of them are no longer actually refining. Most of our products in the sector is importation, but then you still have refineries that are actually active, which will be your NATREF, joint V between Sasol and Total, and then also Chevron, which is actually at Costa. And then the distribution and marketing, and then happens between your midstream and downstream. And then you also have participants that are called LPG independents. These are wholesalers who are actually independent. They are also able to import petroleum products into the country. And transportation, this is the modes of transport that are utilized in the sector. Next slide. And then the next slide is just a summary of saying you have your 6 or 7 oil majors, and then you have your independent and traders, and then you have your blue chip. I think blue chip would refer to your mining companies who are actually buying in bulk for own use, fleet companies, etc., where then the independents are able to import and sell directly to them. And then you have your commercial, which actually also talks to the retail end of the sector. Next slide. LPG stakeholders. This list is not exhaustive. There's a lot because of not wanting to give you 30 or 40 slides. When you talk about the industry, you will talk about, of course, LPG SA, your AFOXs, and then these are the entities that are actually dealing in gas. And then your FIAS, as I've indicated, Total Gas, a big player as well, and then we have your other associations which are forming part of the industry, like your FRAs, which are representing fuel retailers. Remember that today we are talking LP gas. So the structure of the presentation is more tilted towards LP gas. But you also have your associations that represent wholesalers as well, besides FIASA, liquid fault wholesalers, LFWA, and then SAPRA, etc., etc., and other associations that are there, not listed on the slide. And then the regulators, also the list is not exhaustive, but these are the key ones. When you look at NERSA, they are responsible for licensing of storages, meaning they are part of the department. The entity itself, the department plays an oversight on NERSA, and therefore we work together. So legislation governing LP gas, some of it is done by NERSA, some of it by SAFE, and then so forth and so forth. And then the Department of Labor, I think Mr. Klabi mentioned this. PASA, the Petroleum Agency of South Africa, this is an entity or agency that actually licenses upstream activities. Competition Commission, which will deal with your anti-competitive behaviors in the LPG space. And then National Consumer Commission, that's where then you will report issues regarding when you find an entity selling a substandard product to you, the entity is responsible. NRCS also is playing in the LPG space, and then EMS, they've spoken about it. I've seen their vehicle outside, and then law enforcement, this is our partners when we do enforcement. Next slide. The object of the PPA, this is the Principal Act 120 of 1977, which was actually amended by 58 of 2003. The 58 of 2003, it brings about what you see here, to license operation. So licensing of operation is categorized into three: ring-fenced activities. I must stress that. Ring-fenced because the law does not allow vertical integration. You cannot play in as a manufacturer, as a wholesaler, or even as a retailer. You choose a space and then you operate there. And then the amended version modernizes the old one. And then it brings about prohibitions, which we'll speak to later on. Appeals and arbitration. This is dispute resolution mechanism, where you find entities having a dispute. This assists in resolving those disputes. Promote the transformation, very, very critical. And then if you look at the amended version, it carries a charter. That is a transformation tool in the sector, but not saying that this is actually supersedes the triple BEE. The triple BEE is the big umbrella policy in as far as transformation is concerned. And then lastly, it authorizes the minister to enact regulations in order to regulate the industry. And then in terms of this PPA, you have legislative appointment. There's a person called the controller and inspectors. These are appointments that are done by the minister, and the controller is my boss. I think the reason why I'm dressed like this partly is because of him. I saw his name on the agenda and then I said, I must comply. Meaning that he is forever formal. So our outlook resembles the principle we have. I did see the dress code, but I thought, you know what, let me be formal so that he can get feedback to say he was appropriate. So him and the principal I'm referring to is at the level of Deputy Director General. He oversees both main reg, the mineral side of things, and also the petroleum side of things. And then he's appointed in terms of Section 3.1 of the amended version of the Act, and inspectors. The inspectors are my team. These guys are the guys who actually would respond to complaints of non-compliance. So we have one inspector per region. They are overseeing random and scheduled inspections, meaning they visit outlets, be it retail outlets or wholesale outlets, to monitor license conditions, and then as well as the provisions of the Act itself. And then these guys actually can just visit an outlet without making an appointment, and then their work is basically to enforce compliance. But then before we can enforce, there's always an opportunity for one to correct the wrongdoing, and then if you fail to do that, that's where then we go primitive on you to enforce. And then when we enforce, we actually utilize what I have actually indicated in the previous slide of the law enforcement. We use the police to investigate criminal cases, and then the NPA will be the ones to decide whether to enroll a matter to the court hall for prosecution, and then the courts will be the final arbiters on cases. We are not like your competition commission that actually uses a tribunal. That tribunal, their work in the main is to ensure that as you get fines, those fines are enforced by the tribunal. So our fine, as you will see when I talk to enforcement, it is enforced through law enforcement process, which I have outlined. Next slide. Through the PPA and the regulations that are enacted thereunder, and as the department also playing as a regulator, we really play in that space of saying we are about ensuring the balancing act. The balancing act, meaning through regulation, amongst other consideration, you want to lower the prices of these energy sources to make them available to everybody. And then another leg, important leg, is security of supply. We are an entity that is also called an economic sort of like state organ. We are an enabler, meaning we do that through ensuring that the security of supply. And then also industry survival. We don't want you guys to say you want to embark into entering into this sector only for you to fail. We are there to make sure that we guide you throughout the process to make sure that you realize your return on investments. And then of course not forgetting this emotive topic of empowerment. This is transformation. So the sector needs to open up to embrace participation of historically disadvantaged South Africans. So it must happen, it needs to happen. So hence I've indicated that the principal tool to achieve this over and above the petroleum sector charter that we have is the BBBE and the codes of good practice. Next slide. Our mandate as the directorate, we basically, as I've alluded to briefly, we monitor compliance to legal, technical, this relates to fuel quality, and then commercially it will be a transformation, and then we do random inspections as I've indicated. And then arbitration, I've touched on it in the previous slide. We also do access to information request, where you are actually requesting records. This is actually what happens, for an example, if my colleagues from licensing are to consider a license application, whether manufacturing, wholesaling, site and retail, there is always that balancing act which we actually do in the true sense of things. To say when you apply for a license, there will be those that will object against it. Remember that the space, it's actually, the cake is not that big. So if you are to see a retail service station just walking up next to you, already you will be fighting to say they will take volumes away from you. So the process then allows for objections initially, but then upon the controller taking or making a decision, you will normally face people who will want to appeal that decision. So when they want to appeal that decision, they will normally lodge a preliminary appeal. That preliminary appeal is to just set foot into the process, and then they use buyer to actually request records. Those records, they will want to see the process as it unfolded. And Baja, it's where then you request reasons taken by an administrator. These are two critical legislations that are actually even enforced by the courts, meaning these exercises are quite important. And now, so because we have the Information Regulator Office, I think headed by Advocate yes, and then that's where then we are all accountable as state organs to that particular entity in as far as ensuring that we promote these two legislations that I've just alluded to. And those are the regulations that are actually applicable under the Petroleum Products Act, but the list is not exhaustive. There are other regulations that are there, the Pipelines Act, the Pipelines Levies, and so forth and so forth. This industry is heavily regulated, so there is a lot of policy that goes with each and every activity. Next slide. This is just a snapshot of what your license will actually allow you to do and not to do. Just basically to say that you need to retail from a site specified in your license. I've indicated that we have 3 categories of licenses, and then the ones where you see service stations, it will be a site and retail, meaning if you are to retail, you need to retail on a site zoned specifically for that purpose. And then purchase petroleum products from wholesalers. We do have wholesalers who are actually selling gas, and then submit annual information, allow the controller and the inspectors to do monitoring as and when we visit those sites. We don't normally make appointments, we rock up unannounced. This, I think, is what makes people to not be happy with us. Next slide. Oh, thanks. This is actually an extension of the previous slide to say that you cannot manufacture. Remember, I spoke about the upstream, midstream. This is also applicable in that regard. And then what also people tend not to be aware of is that a license issued by the controller remains the property of the department. It is a right given to you in law for you to utilize in a regulated space to operate. Immediately when your activity is no longer a going concern, and then that license needs to be returned to us. So meaning it is your license for as long as your operations or operation is a going concern. And then should you not be able to continue with the operation, that license must be surrendered. And you will see when we talk about enforcement, people who are actually licensed and are not complying to the law, we have 2 avenues to explore. That of saying, if you don't comply, we will exercise our right or invoke Regulation 29, that is of site and retail. Regulation 20 is of wholesale, which will say we can suspend or cancel your license. But before the controller can do that, you are given an opportunity to make representations why that should not be done. So this is one thing that operators tend to forget. And then they forget in their true sense of things, even wanting to bargain, not to exit a site, holding on to a license to say, I'm still the licensed sort of like retailer for the site. I can still invalidate it myself, even if you are in possession of that license. That's what enforcement therefore says. I'm almost done. Next slide. LPG regulation, we are talking LPG today. And I must say, Ms. Dikari, I was also one of those people who were terribly scared of LPG. That was before I joined Department of Mineral Resources then from Justice Department. But after joining the department, like my colleague has indicated from EWCTA, information is power, I got to learn more about LPG and its usage. Now I'm a fan. I'm even operating a gas stove in my house, and then I will be converting a number of things to LPG, including one of my vehicles. I want it to be configured to utilize gas. Gas is efficient, ladies and gentlemen, very. You know, as Mustakis, when we cook our pork throtters and whatever, and our samp, that normally takes a lot of power for you to get to where you want to go. But with LPG, it takes you there very fast. And then you save on your account and so forth. As the department, we review, we are policy developers. The first bullet point says all about it. And then we regulate the prices through the maximum refinery gate price. This is when the product comes, and then the maximum retail price, this is the prices at the downstream level. You have players, TNPA and the NERSA, which are actually focusing on infrastructure, and then Department of Labor, which is my partners in enforcing, and then deriving their mandate for OHS and the pressure equipment regulation, and then you have the LPG, which is hosting us today, and then making good work in as far as advocating sort of like safe usage of gas. They have made significant inroads. Hence, it is a must for us. Hence, there was something that was said that LP gas is not a by the way consideration. LP gas is the future, and therefore we are there to be part and parcel. And then other technical issues related to LP gas are addressed by a national regulator for compulsory specification. They are under the DTIC together with the South African Bureau of Standards, and then of course the competition authority playing a critical role in as far as competition is concerned. Because if you want to enter into this space, you must know competition is there, and then you're going to be fighting all the time. Continuing with LPG regulation, we are saying LPG is growing, but there is challenges that have been identified, and then these challenges I think relates to infrastructure, import facilities. We know that we only have a few areas, which is Richards Bay. You have your Western Cape and Eastern Cape, where we have these import facilities, and then we have issues on cylinder management. This is what Ms. Inclusivity touched on, to say that there is an issue here. When we talk to the next slide, you will see when we talk about illegal fillings and cylinder hijacking and so forth and so forth. And then the Competition Commission, I think there was a market study that was done regarding this. I think Ms. Duhlabi was correct to say that Minister wanted this to be one of the critical areas that we look into. And then true to that, there was also market study by the Competition Commission, which actually unearthed challenges in the sector itself, which is just what I've mentioned, but not limited to that. And then of that particular market study, in reacting to that, there was also a draft rollout strategy that was put together as part of the frameworks that needed to be put in place for us to address the challenges. And then not only that, but then infrastructure, when we elaborate on that, we know that when we talk about infrastructure, we talk about those listed there, the berth, discharging pipeline storages. And then if this is actually an inhibitor for the growth of the sector itself, there is no doubt then that we actually then need to facilitate growth economically in this country, and we need those to actually be issues that we fast track, and also not fast tracking for the sake of supply and access, but but also enabling participation of entrepreneurs who want to play in the space. And then, as I've indicated, we are the net importer of petroleum products. This is just an umbrella term. Petroleum product is defined in terms of the PPA. It means LP gas, diesel, petrol, etc., etc. And then the regulations will give you an idea of further minerals under that. And then there is an issue on the next slide. The pricing. Pricing remains also a challenge, but then what the department has done is that they've actually reviewed the pricing framework so that they take into account importation cost. The old model, the old methodology actually used 93 the price framework as a proxy to determine LPG prices, but then that wasn't fair to the operators because then they were not able to then incorporate or filter in the cost that they are incurring when importing gas, because majority of the gas that we use is imported. And therefore, that is an issue that is still being looked into, not to say that the review has addressed it, but to say it remains a policy sort of a consideration. It needs to be consistent, it needs to be real time, so that we don't disadvantage investments that are made in the sector. I've spoken about cylinder management. I think this is where the issue on compliance is. Illegal filling of gas. Illegal filling it means a whole host of things. It may be that you are actually operating a depot without a license, which is a contravention. And then you may also be, overfilling or underfilling cylinders. Remember that majority of the LPG players are investing in the infrastructure as well. That meaning that the gas canisters that they actually import, because majority of those cylinders are still manufactured outside, and then they invest in that to make sure that they also give sort of like comfort on the safety aspect of the cylinder itself. So if you are buying from illicit operators, I can assure you, you are not going to be comfortable knowing that there is safety to the cylinder itself. Branded cylinders, you will see them. Oil majors will only exchange cylinders which are their own cylinders, because it's also brand and trademark protection. But not only that, safety, because they can assure you that they are subjected to serious scrutiny to check for any potential leaks, etc., to make sure that those bad perceptions to say gas is dangerous, they are done away with, to say that gas is safe to use. It is not safe if it is not handled properly, but inherently all sources of energy or petroleum product are hazardous. You look at petrol, it's highly flammable, and then etc. So education on the usage of these energies is very critical, so that we get to promote the use of LPG and then to make sure that it takes its rightful place in the sector. Enforcement, we do enforcement in terms of the Act. I've indicated that we utilize inspectors to go and conduct random and scheduled inspections whenever they come across any incidences of illegal operations. And then for those that are not licensed, we issue a no compliance notice under section 2A2A. This is to direct immediate seizure of an illegal operation. Those that are licensed, and then you will issue notice in terms of section 2A3 to say that also stop the illegal operation. And then, as I've indicated, with the licensed one, you also have an option as the controller's office to actually suspend or cancel the license. But not only that, you can also report the matter to SAPS for a criminal investigation. The ones without licenses is where you actually would issue that notice, failure to comply, you then involve SAPS to actually investigate. And then those are penalties. 1 million or imprisonment or both. This is enforced by the courts and not the department. And then my last slide. We can't do everything on our own. We need to collaborate. This is the commitment that we made. It's also captured in the draft roll-up strategy to say that we need to partner with all regulators and players that are actually involved in this sector to make sure that we hold hands, we enforce together. Department of Labor, very critical. SAPS, very critical. NRCS, SARS, we have relationships with them, particularly when we deal with issues regarding diesel adulteration, which is a headache to me. And then also to collaborate with the associations that are there, also in terms of developing policy, proposing interventions that could work for us. So I just want to maybe conclude on this, and then to say, Ms. Kishabi, we are recommitting ourselves again to say we will be partners in this exercise to make sure that we enforce compliance where we need to enforce it, and then working together with our collaborative partners, we will realize and minimize any incidences of illicit or illegal operations. And then I will pause there.
Any questions? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Timothy. I've got two questions to Mr. Ketama. I see on your slide you mentioned that you collaborate with various stakeholders, of which one of them is the SAPS, SARS, NPA, and COS. The reason why I'm asking the collaboration is because I see the pace to which the illicit operators is happening at a much faster pace. So, as a department, what are you doing to ensure you combat on those illegal operators? Because if you are to go, let's say, to township, let's say, Exada or Timbisa, right on the side of the road, you see people filling cylinders there, right in the community. And second question, you mentioned that you work with SAPS. I spend most of my time, less than 50% of my time, on the road. Every day I drive past the buggy brigades with Smarties, with these rogue seals. What are you doing to educate the law enforcement to ensure that when they see a buggy approaching, they identify that this one is a rogue filler or it's a cross filler or illegal, or to educate them to ensure they ask the right question. And another thing, I've been in gathering like this often, but I hardly see the SAPS joining us to get the right information. So when are we going to start having the enforcement joining us so that they can also get educated like us? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kishabi. Let me start with the last one. Ms. Kishabi will make sure that she includes invitation of law enforcement next time when we do the workshop. And I'm sure they will be here to actually also share their experiences. And then what are we doing as the department regarding illegal operations? Let me just start by saying, an example would be that a person who has committed a crime has a right to also, go to courts, even if we know that he has committed a crime. So similarly, those incidences where we were successful to have an arrest, it will be that people will take, or those illegal operators will actually take the department on and then go to court. And then going to court, you will know that it's a very protracted exercise. And at times, because of the long court law that the court will be having, it tends to be matters that prolong for a long time, even falling within the cracks. But then also, the notices that the department will actually serve on illegal operators, because we are actually mandated by the law to issue that, because when you go to court, senior counsel who will be representing us, they will want to know if we have followed the process to the letter. So they will want to see if we have issued a notice. So those notices, majority of the time, they are appealed, as I've indicated in my slides, meaning they get representation to actually exercise their right. And then thirdly to that, I've spoken about the issue of balancing it. A majority of, or not even majority, a lot of those illegal operations that you will go to, you will find that you are also confronted with the reality of life, where the illegal operators essentially even employed people in that particular setup, illegal or not. And then when you close them, you are also faced with that issue of taking a food out of the mouth of people. But we are not condoning whatsoever illegal operations that are there. There are steps that we are taking. We held a seminar in Durban last month where we came together as the department. I think I will not be in trouble with this because it's a plan that I'm not supposed to be talking openly to because of the leaks. But it's an issue saying that we have come together as the regulator and law enforcement to look at where our gaps are and inefficiencies are, to devise frameworks and plans to close that. And yes, lastly on this point, there is also an issue of lack of understanding, which actually I think goes to your second question. The lack of understanding of what we do from the police, and not your specialized unit, like your special investigating unit, and so forth, but your normal community police stations, because that is where cases are opened. A case needs to be opened there before it can be transferred to a specialized unit for investigation by experienced investigators. So there is that actually issue of lack of knowledge. But we are closing that, since it was one of the issues that we established during the seminar, that there's going to be workshops going forward to educate subs and all law enforcement, including prosecutors. Because when you talk petroleum, it's not the cases that they deal with on a daily basis. They will deal with cases of murder, theft, and so forth and so forth. So, but this aspect is actually getting attention through the plan that we are putting together, as I've alluded to. I think on the second question, if I'm correct, when a buggy will be passing by with canisters at the back and so forth, I think police do realize that it may be potentially an illegal sort of like arrangement there. They from time to time call us that they've stopped a vehicle. Initially what they will ask when they call the department is to check if a particular operator is licensed. And then if that particular operator is not licensed, they immediately arrest and take the person to the police station. But unfortunately, the Criminal Procedure Act provides for what do you call it when you get a bail at police station level. I think majority of the times we will get to find out that a bail has been issued for the person to actually get paid, but that doesn't mean that the matter will not be investigated. It's just to allow you to be outside, but the product suspected of being illegal will still be confiscated. And yes, there is slow pace in as far as enforcement is concerned. That is an issue that has been raised many a times. But we continue to put plans after plans to make sure that whenever there are gaps that are actually starting to open their ways, we are able to have plans to deal with that. So it is a continuous exercise, and I'm able to engage you more if you wish, and then during the breaks and so forth.
Morning, everyone. My name is Tapsile Dlamini. Thank you, Mr. Lekana, for a very well detailed presentation. And I noticed on your presentation you indicated that you recently reviewed the price for LPG. Has the department considered to exempt LPG from that, especially to access the poorer communities? Because the price for gas, the more you get it out of urban areas, it gets more and more expensive. Thank you.
Thanks. Good question, ma'am. I think I forgot to include that to say one of the proposals that the competition authority recommended was actually to have a VAT relief on LPG, particularly for thermal applications, to warm households and for use and so forth. So that is a consideration that the pricing team has actually have in their plans. Remember that whenever you want to exempt an operation from VAT, you will have those people who are holding the press, wanting you to motivate one, because they always want to, get as much as they can. But yes, it is a consideration. It has been identified, and then we are expected to make sure that we engage Treasury to see how they can, help us to address that particular issue, particularly thermal applications, I think, for households, and then particularly considering poor communities. That actually needs to be really considered. So it is on the plans. Yes. Guys, I'm still around. Okay.
I'll try and be succinct about this question. My name is Naomi Tala. What is the department doing in partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry to assist smaller entrepreneurs with blended financing for the importation of cylinders? Cylinders are very expensive to import. And what happens is that if you're a small player, you can't import 5 to 10 containers at a time. And it becomes very expensive. The import duties also are very high. So in partnership with DTI, your MEX, your TBSAs, your PICs, what are you doing to actually assist the small players so that they can actually partake in the importation of cylinders and be able to compete?
Thanks, ma'am. Good question as well. The rollout strategy touched on it. I'm not sure if you doing, I think the rollout strategy was actually gazetted in 1 April 2021. I'm not sure if you had a sort of like a look at it. If you have not, it actually talks to what you are saying. When we say LPG inhibitors, we are not only talking about the infrastructure. We are talking about access to that sector by entrepreneurs. And when you talk about access, you talk about areas that were previously closed by evergreen contracts of big companies. You want entrepreneurs to come into this space. That's why we are saying the sector must transform. So the rollout strategy talks to that, and these are the plans that we need to realize together with parties involved, including other organs of state. Meaning, we are not doing this alone as the department mandated with regulating the sector. There are other things that overlap into the mandate of other entities. So it is in the rollout strategy. I will check if that document can still be availed, just to have a look at it and see what it says. Meaning, there needs to be frameworks that will be actually plans to realize how then do we get to where we want to go as espoused by the strategy itself. Is it the last one?
Good morning, everyone. My good sir, I'd like to ask something, especially around the small players in the industry. Are there certain regulations that specify that a certain distributor cannot operate within an urban area close to 1, 2, 3, or they should be away from any households and stuff? Because as the brother said, there are so many illegal operations that are happening. So
are there any regulations in place that regulates whatever area or their house whatsoever? Thank you.
Thanks, my brother. Good question. I think LP gas, as we all know, is a potentially sort of like a flammable substance that could actually cause what we would not want to see, but especially with the fires that will take place in areas that are congested, informal settlements, so to say. So yes, there are regulations that are actually prohibiting that, and not only from the department, also from the provincial and your local council. They have that those regulations, bylaws in actual fact, that prohibits that, not only from the department. So it's all about us having to put hands together and see where the overlaps are, where the synergies are, partner, collaborate, enforce in one voice. Thanks.
Thank you, I see Osana Le Matala there sitting comfortably as you are roasting. And they also come in. So save some of your questions for them. I'm not going to summarize what he said because he's still here to talk for himself. Department of Employment and Labor and EMS is here to talk bylaws, to talk pressure equipment regulations, which actually regulates a lot of LPG operations. And to your point, sir, small operators. So you will hear all about that shortly. We're supposed to be on break, or should have had a break. I'm just gonna ask you, not now, I speak, maybe to have a little bit of a stretch your leg, fetch coffee and some sandwiches if you want to fetch them. Okay, yeah, there they are putting them. And bring them back here, right? So that we have kind of like a working tea break type of thing. How long do I give you? 10 minutes to go and do that? Stretch your legs, go to the bathrooms, and then come back. But before we go, I just want to, the technical spoke about collaborations. And collaborations are important, and I just want to make you aware of who is in the room in the name of collaborations, and do what you want to do with this information. I don't know, I just set up platforms. Firstly, we have our sister association, Fuels Industry Association of South Africa, former SAPIA, now FIASA. I know they don't want us to call them FIASA, but they are here in the room, find them. I won't call them by name. Of course, you know we have ESCOM by now. Right? Do what you want with that information. I mean, it's not by fluke that ESCOM is here. Come on, guys. Besides that, they actually do believe in LPG. And we have SABS, Bureau of Standards. It's not by fluke that they are here, guys. Do with that information what you want to do. We have Central Energy Fund. I repeat, it's not by mistake those people are in this room. Find them, talk to them. You will never know. Things happen. But most importantly, and I will acknowledge you all later, right? Not by name, but we have NGOs in the room. I think, as South Africa, NGOs, NPOs, NPCs have actually been politicized so much that we are no longer interested in the value that they bring. I mean, look at us, we are an NPC. A lot of people don't know we are an NPC, not-for-profit company. And yet, we brought all of you here. We set up this platform for you. Those are some of the work organizations like ours do. But I just want to acknowledge the NGOs, foundations that are in the room. If I don't call you, come and let me know so that I can next talk about you. We have the Cherry Blair Foundation in the room. We have an NGO that is Hakem Foundations, that is led by Dr. Kogetso Rakudu in the room. Guys, those are not small timers. NGOs. Those are people who are doing great work for the communities that they work in. The Northwest communities, the Gauteng communities, the Mpumalanga's communities. They're doing such great work, and that now and then they come and visit us or they invite us to bring our banner as LPG SA. We are grateful for that. We are grateful for those partnerships, and we ask them to keep on doing the hard work that they are doing in their communities to keep LPG name going, but also to make LPG safe for their communities. 10 minutes break. Break here at 1:02. including LPG. The next speaker is actually the regulator of LPG safety from the Department of Employment and Labor. Ma'am Makala Sater. She is the specialist, deputy director, jack of all trades. What else? Actually, my government boss. She's like, I think I've learned more about LPG regulations, LPG safety from her than anybody else around. And I think at first she was like confused that how did this person become the MD of LPG SA when she doesn't understand certain regulations. But she'll tell you fast that I actually learned so fast, and I'm bordering expert into it now. I think Makala will introduce herself, but she is definitely from that department that actually goes and inspects you. They are much nicer than that Kekana. You heard when Kekana shows up without knocking, right? These ones knock first, but I would like for them to not knock. I would like for them to just show up. Because some of you, when they knock, you hide stuff, illegal stuff, and then after they leave, then there's an incident at your place, and they have to come back, and they have to drag us there with them. As LPG SA. So I would like for you, Matala, to just not knock, just go. Next time. Their act allows them to just show up. Yeah. All right, guys, I'll give to Matala now. Is the presentation ready, ma'am?
Good day, everyone. Are you all good? I've noticed that when every speaker comes here, they talk about their attire. So it's a trend, so I don't want to miss the trend. So I must say, why am I also looking like this? Oskati, I saw your invite where you said we should be casual, but it slipped my mind actually. In the morning when I was on my way here, I remembered, and I'm like, what? Must I go back? Then I'm like, but anyway, I'm a principal. You know, when you are at school, you need to identify a principal, am I wrong? So I'm like, yeah, I'm a principal, I must be visible, I must be identifiable. Anyway, on that note, I'm happy that you're all here and you're going to hear my story. Even though it was actually a bit difficult to just put in this, because what I did, I just took a snap of what I can talk about, because with what I'm doing, I just need a whole day actually. That is what our challenge every time when we're supposed to come and talk in platforms like this, because you don't know what to share, it's just too much. Our speaker, our colleague from EWC mentioned this morning that there's a lot of information, but the problem is time. But what is it that we can do? We can just try our level best to see which, they said, if there's an elephant in the room, we must eat it piece by piece. So I will just check out of that elephant which pieces I can be able to make work so that everyone can understand when we live here at the end of the day. I'm Makala Sater from the Department of, by the way, we are not Department of Labor, we are Department of Employment and Labor. And then, you can just go to the next slide. In terms of the content, it's gone. Oh, okay. I've tried to do my slide to be short, but when I heard my colleague saying that he's got 18 slides, I felt like I was embarrassed a bit because I'm also having 18 slides. But I'm gonna try to shorten. As you can see, the content out of that 18 slides, I will be just touching introduction in terms of us, our responsibility, and I will touch a bit on, you just had PER, everyone is just talking about PER, which is a regulation that is actually governing the LPG industry. It is not the only one, but I can say in terms of safety, it's right there on top. So the other ones just come to add on it. And then obviously, I will touch based on the incorporated health and safety standard, because you cannot run your businesses without the health and safety standard. That is a main business actually. And then obviously I will touch on the relationship between us and LPG SA. And then on that note, I will make a mistake if I cannot recognize the most important people in the room. The chairperson of the board, in her absentia. I thought she was sitting here. My apology. Miss Lizzie and the board members of LPG, that's including the executive of the LPG and the staff, my colleagues from all government departments, all my colleagues from Labour, EMS, and all other law enforcement in the room. I greet you, and obviously everyone, the most important people, because if you are not here, there won't be platforms like this. We won't come here and talk, who will be talking to the empty room. So I welcome installers, I welcome whatsoever you call. The NGOs, they just mentioned now, everyone, I greet you. And then, on that note, then I will then go to my conclusion, which is just small. You can move. I'm going to explain a little bit in terms of the Department of Employment and Labour, but I'm not going to take long here. It's just to give an idea. As you all know, the Department of Employment and Labour, most of you, when you talk about employment and labour, you already want your letter of good standing. People will be running after you. But I want my letter of good standing, my UIF. I've applied for my UIF. That is what our department is known about, am I wrong? But we are actually bigger than the letter of good standing and the UIF, because what we are doing, we are actually a policy maker in terms of all the labour laws in the country. They actually administered by our department. So if you can see the second row there, I've got those are the branches of the department. You've got your PES, which is your Public Employment Services, which is the area where they assist in terms of job huntings. And then they work more with your CITAs and all of them. And then you do have your inspection and enforcement services. I'll come there, I'll leave it there. Then you then go to your UIF, your compensation, and then your basic, all the labor laws that you've got in the country. Then I decided to can move on the enforcement and services, as I can show you there. That is the branch where I am coming from. So we are called inspection and enforcement. We are national. When I'm saying national, is that we operate everywhere in all 9 provinces in the country. And then we also have 100 and, my colleague there, we said 126, 26 labor centers in the country. So in those labor centers, that is where they are actually doing the actual enforcement. Head office, our job is just to put in the policies in place, and then we educate, and then from there, we've got inspectors at the provincial level, which normally they call them principal inspectors. Then those are specialized inspectors. Then we don't have OHS inspector in all labor centers, 126 in total. And then, if you then check our enforcement, this is just the head office structure. We've got the statutory services, that is the section where they are assisting us with the prosecution. Like in a case where the inspector is prosecuting a workplace or whatsoever, they will assist us in terms of checking if we followed the correct procedure. Then if there's some gaps, obviously they will return cases. If the case is got everything, then they will take it to the to court. They are working closely with the courts. And then that is on the OHS, that is where we come from. Occupational Health and Safety Act. We are currently at Act 85 of 1993. But I believe those who are not understand why they are in this business, they know safety is critical. They will know that the regulation is actually in its way to be promulgated. We're not sure, it's somewhere between the department and the cabinet, somewhere on the pipeline. I'm not sure how it is, but we already worked on it, and it went for public comments, and currently it's just on their way to the cabinet where it will get a green light so that we can enforce. So shortly we will be having a new act. And then under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, it doesn't go to alone, it goes together with what we call regulations. I just gave an example there, like your pressure equipment regulations, your general machinery regulations. There's quite a number. I think we've got 21 regulations in total. And you've got your MHI. I've got my colleague Rachel there, who's actually responsible for the MHI. So there's just quite a number of regulations. Thanks. As I already mentioned that I'm now governed by the OHS, so everyone knows me now, where I come from. Now we can come to the business of the day. So in terms of our act, the intent of our act is obviously to provide for the health and safety of the person at work, and for the health and safety of person in connection with the use of the plant and the machinery. Basically, you know, when you are at work, like let me give an example in a case of a filling site that I believe you are familiar with. Obviously, they use machineries there. So we don't just protect that person who is doing the filling. We also protect, ensure that whatever equipment that he is using, it's actually safe. It's not going to create hazard for him. So we protect him both. And then we also protect the person, other than the person at work, against hazards to health and safety arising out of in connection with the activities. Obviously, if you are working here and you are manufacturing some chemicals or whatever substances that maybe it's polluting, obviously it might affect your next door. And those people are not necessarily at work, but they're being affected by the activities at work. We also protect them. So basically I want to emphasize there, because people don't understand why we are regulating. We're not only regulating the workplace, we are also regulating the household, which is why am I here today. Because obviously, with regard to the LPG, the household is the most important stakeholders when coming to the LPG, am I correct? And especially, sorry that I don't want to be punished, females, because we know that we are the one who sit there, cook. How comfortable is it when you are cooking knowing that everything is fine? You know, you don't have to worry about maybe there might be an explosion or there might be there. That is where I come in to ensure that whatever installations that we are having, whether it's in our kitchen, whether it's in your Nando's or whatever, they are actually installed by the people who went through a training, who been certified as competent, who is registered with your SAQCC gas. It's comforting, am I correct? Exactly, which is exactly why we are here. So my regulation is basically saying that, to say that everyone should be in a comfort zone, ensuring 100% sure that whatever that he is using is actually safe. And then obviously, we've been talking about our economy, our whatever. In this trying economy, unfortunately, we will always be there to ensure that whether we increase the market, or you always need to ensure that when you increase the market, you also take into consideration the safety part, and which is why most of the people don't like us, because when they see us, they think that we are tampering with their business, which is not necessarily the case. We are just ensuring that we all know that we're having the constitution in the country, and we've got the Bill of Rights, and then everyone has got the rights to live. Am I correct? So will you feel comfortable if somebody died because of your action, because of you never actually followed the procedure? So the policies are there to ensure that whatever that we're doing, we're doing it cautious, we're doing it in a correct manner. Thanks. And then here is just a snapshot to show you that where in the regulation I'm coming in. If you look at the second part, it talks about the occupational health and safety, and then we've got the section 43 in terms of that regulation. That is actually giving our minister a power to make regulations. And then that is when now you will get your project regulations. And then also, if you see the other leg, it's got section 44, incorporated health and safety standard. Because most of the people are asking themselves that we've got SAPS standard, but they're enforced by the Department of Employment and Labor. They don't understand, Section 44 of the Act is giving us a power to say that if we incorporate the standard into our Act, it automatically becomes a law. So, which means our inspector can go and enforce. That's why even we are partners with SAPS. We sit in their committees, we ensure that when we put in all these places, the standard, we are there, we give them a green light. So it's because of that. And out of that regulation, project recruitment regulation, there's just a lot. Because initially what happened, we used to have what we call vessel under pressure, which was actually limiting in terms of the equipment. So then we decided to follow the European directive. They call it project recruitment directive. Why we went through the European? Because when you look at the European model, it was actually incorporating all the other states, organ of the states. Then we took the European model, we made it a South African way, because we had to put into consideration our other partners. Remember, you've got your Greeks, you've got all of them. So we then ensured that we put in a little bit of making sure that even if the equipment is from India, we should be able to accept it, only if it's actually compliant. We put in laws, but what we've noticed is that 95% of the equipment, actually, as long as they followed the European way, they actually most of the time comply with the regulation internationally. So we kind of did what they call benchmarking. Thank you. Sorry, you can go back a little bit. If you look at on my left, from the project recruitment, this is where we called organization mandated or approved by the chief inspector. So I was just trying to show that in terms of the PER, we also have regulations that allows us to partner with organizations like your LPG and all of them. But we will talk about that slide in the next coming few minutes. So the regulation, which is PER, it was published on the 15th of July 2009, and it came into effect on the 1st of October 2009. And unfortunately, it's already on its way to be promulgated again. As I'm speaking, I'm just waiting for some formalities in the department. In the next few months, we might have the new regulation also. And then, now I spoke about the incorporated health and safety standard, how it actually get incorporated. What is happening is that in every regulation, depending on what we are regulating, there will be standard that talks to that equipment. So what we do, remember SAPS, their business is doing voluntary standard, those who are familiar with SAPS. But if there's a regulation, a standard that we see that it's actually we can drop it in, we automatically put them in what we call a schedule of standard into our regulation, then we incorporate it. So in each and every regulation, at the end, there will be a schedule where a minister says that I incorporated this schedule based on whatever, there will be a story there. Then there's a lot in terms of the project equipment, because we are dealing with lots of equipment, not only the cylinders of the tankers. So we've got close to about 44 standards that are incorporated. You can see that how involved this regulation is. This is just an example of, and I just tried to snap those that are relevant to this audience. As you can check, I just snapped the road tankers one, and then on the other side I tried to put in the cylinders one, and then some appliances. But we've got the total of plus or minus 24 standards that are incorporated within the project regulation. Thanks, Mbai. And then obviously there's some definition of which I'm not going to go through them. This was just to show that why we ended up regulating your business actually. Because obviously, you know, we regulate you from, they were talking about the value chain. I'm not sure the speaker was talking about the value chain. I think it's my colleague from DMPR. Did I call it right? DMPR. I'm an A student. Where he spoke about the value chain. If you look at all those value chains, obviously there's a safety in each and every chain to say that during the manufacturing process, you need to comply with this. When it goes with the pipe going somewhere, you comply with another standard. When you go and be filled in the cylinder, another standard, you can see how involved it is. So here I was just trying to show you that there's a definition of the project equipment where obviously you are being regulated because your transportable gas containers are part of this, and your pressure vessels with your tankers. So you've got gas definition, and then, thank you. My scope is so involved. I regulate starting from any project equipment with a design of 50 kPa and upwards. But this is one of the changes on the new regulation that is coming. Because what happened is that, remember I was saying that we took a European model and then we tried to, so what we did, we relaxed our regulation a bit, because internationally they are regulating up to 50 kp and up. So which means they regulate from 51 kPa. So the challenge that we had here is that some of the equipment will be coming from international, but when they come to the country, they're not complying with our laws because we're saying 50 kPa. And now you have to do certification, which is at the end of the day very expensive. And remember, in terms of the, currently when you do a regulation, you've been evaluated by the president, what we call socio-economic, whatever, yeah. So they check if how your regulation is going to impact like your social, economic, how the communities are going to be affected and all those things. So you are not actually supposed to over-regulate, and at the same time you're not supposed to under-regulate. So we get all those balances. So from the designing, modification, testing, repairs, operating, and then you can never escape me. Thank you. So these are basically the type of the equipment that I'm talking about. I think I already spoke to this. The steam generators, you can go back and do it. We also regulate your pressure accessories and your regulators. You will see them today when they do demonstration. Because sometimes when people talk about regulators, they don't know what we're talking about. Your pressure gauges, all those equipment. The project equipment is regulating them. Now, I just took Regulation 5 because it was relevant to this platform, where we talk about duties and responsibilities. So we've got the responsibilities that the manufacturer has to play their role in that regulation. And then you've got also the user and the which also supposed to ensure that whatever equipment that they're doing, they're operating it within its design parameter again. And then obviously they should provide the correct specification. This is when it's already in the end user where you are actually operating it. You're also responsible to ensure that you operate that equipment within its design parameter. If it says that the operating pressure is 2 kPa, you're not going to say, I can add 5, because it was designed to operate at 5, at 2. Is it understandable? Because the moment you go over, what if there's no safety factor? Obviously, as engineers, we know that normally when they design them, they put in a safety factor there. But you have to follow the rule. If it says operated within 2, you have to do it within 2. Because should you do it more than that, then you are creating a problem, and not only a problem, the surroundings. And then we've got also the responsibility of the importer or the supplier. If you notice, there's too much load there on the importer and the supplier. The other speaker mentioned about importing the cylinders. Unfortunately, our country doesn't manufacture much cylinders. That market is actually open, but it's still new. Most of the cylinders are coming from wherever. So the regulation says that before you can even place those cylinders in the market, make sure that they've got permits so that we can be able to monitor them. So it doesn't say that you bring in the cylinder, when they are in the country, you start to ask, where do I go? It says that when you are busy doing your negotiation with your international counterpart, give them your South African spec to say that in terms of our country, this is what is required. So that when they gave you all the documentation, you then go to the LPG SA to say, this is my cylinder that I would like to bring to the country. They will then go and pull the standards. They will show you that in terms of SANS 10019, this is the color that we've got, because they also regulate colors. Like for an example, color says a lot. You cannot go and fill in the cylinder, distribute the red cylinders. You are confusing everyone, because we know that the red cylinders are normally used by your EMS and all those. You cannot come and bring your full yellow cylinders, because we know that the yellow cylinders are mostly chlorine. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's your business. So what you do, we appointed as the department, we mandated the LPG to say that they go and show you that this is the colors that we've got. They can then choose from. But this is the other area where we always have fights, because people are entitlement to their colors. Say that I want my pink. Don't tell me my pink is finished. Don't tell me, I don't know what, maybe there is something that I don't understand about colors. But this is the area where we are actually struggling at the moment. And then what you're saying, once they finish to show you everything, they are happy, they give you a stamp, then you bring in your cylinders. And I'm not going to go detail in terms of, we know the difference between the commercial cylinders and the private cylinders. So I don't think I need to go much on that. To the next one. So now I'm gonna touch on the inspection and test of those cylinders. I touched the permit, remember. You get the permit, then you get your cylinder, you start distributing. Obviously there's a standard that you have to comply with. From there you fill them in the transport. And unfortunately, I'm just gonna be honest, the moment it's in the transport, it's no longer kind of our baby. That is where now you need in your law enforcement, like my colleague said, you need your SABC, you need your SAPs, you need your SAPs, you need your the Metro Police, they call them Metro Police and all of them. But the other most important stakeholders, you need the Department of Transport, because they are the one who actually approving those cars to be on the road. So this is another area that we're still trying to see if we can win it, because we need to rope in our colleagues from the Department of Transport to join the space. I've seen on the group of regulators, they are the only one that is missing. But next time we will be having them here. So after they are there where they are, you put it in your household or where in your shops or whatever. Remember, you still need to ensure that they are being serviced. You cannot just, even your own car, it tells you that I'm now due for service. It's not showing, am I correct? So why do you want to run the cylinders for life without being checked? Which is the problem that we are sitting in. And let me also remind you that they mentioned about the cylinders. There's a lot of issues in this area. They steal the cylinders. They do what they. This is the area that is actually giving the regulators a headache. But I believe that we will get the solution, because if I check a few years back when we were sitting in this platform, there was nothing. But today I'm happy because the mother of LPG, she tried her level best to ensure that she roped in all the regulators in one room and said, we're going to do this. And I'm happy also because of, at least now there's a light. So those cylinders, there will be 10019 that is saying that whether it's after 12 years or whatever, you have to take that cylinder back for inspection and test into a gas test station. So the other cylinders which are private, if I go, my apology, I will just use this one because it's more familiar, I know it's a competitor. Let's say you buy a cardiac cylinder, for example, you put it in your own house. Who's responsible for the maintenance of that cylinder? Are you going to take it back to cardiac and say, cardiac, take your cylinder to maintenance? So automatically you are the owner, you are responsible. But it's only few people that understand that these cylinders need to be checked if it's still capable to do what it's supposed to do. Can move. And then obviously when we go for there, we look at the records. This will be like the record that's showing you the compliance of the cylinders. We can move. And then there's regulation 17, gas reticulation equipment and system. That is basically what is talking to you, where it says that before you can actually handle, distribute, or filling any container, you should make sure that you do it in accordance to a standard that is being incorporated. I just gave an example there, like your 10087. We incorporated all your 10087 from part 1 up to part 10. They're all included here. Obviously, if you go to that standard, it's talked deeper into, it talks about the training of the fillers and all those things. So you have to ensure that the most important part, it talks about after installation and reinstallation, just before commissioning, they must perform a leak test that is now on the actual installation. And then that should be done by a competent person, somebody who has registered with the SAQCC gas. Same as regulation 18, I already spoke to this one. You receive it, you ensure that before you put it in the market, it gets permit. During inspection and testing, you take it back. So you don't test it yourself, because I mentioned to say that we do inspection and testing, but I didn't say who tests them. You take it to what we call, we normally just call them gas test stations, because of, we couldn't find any other name. We've got different type of gases. So, and there are other gases with the container, same as your LPG. Nowadays, we start to see your CNG coming into the market in the form of cylinders. We start to see your LNGs. So there's quite a number of gases. So the name is just to show that all the gases in the cylinders, those cylinders should go to the gas test station. You'll find the gas test station, the approved one, in the SANAS website. Everyone who's in the SANAS website needs to be approved by the Department of Labor to do the testing. And then now, this is basically my last slide because I think I'm not doing well in time, I'm not sure. Why every time time where people see LPG, they see the Department of Labor. Because of the department has actually mandated them. Hence, I was hardly saying that I'm her boss, not necessarily boss, I'm your partner. we used them, we mandated them to ensure that they run with the whole compliance issue. If you can check, we've got 2 schemes that they are running for the department. You've got the cylinder verification scheme, where I already explained the process. Then you also have your safe appliance verification scheme, your heaters that you're using, your dry cooker, all those things. We also say that before they can even go into the shelf of your big retailers, they should be able to have a permit. So LPG is doing that. On that note, the department is also actually contributing into job creation, because obviously by mandating them, obviously they will appoint few people to handle the entire, then at least we are now fine. And then they are also training the installers, obviously through the SAPCC gas. So once you are being trained, you get the certificate, you take your certificate, you go to Virginia, there, then Virginia verify your stuff and is happy. Obviously, your training is also including your training, your practicals again. Then once your mentor has signed you that you're fine, then Virginia will then give you a license to operate. Obviously, but within your space, which is important. Because remember, we've got domestic, we've got commercial, we've got industrial. If we find you operating the commercial with the license of the installer, it means you are in trouble. So just stay in your lane. Because there's nothing stopping you to actually move to the commercial if you want to work in that space. And obviously, we've got a process of dealing with those naughty installers. But I know that everyone in this room is not naughty. Otherwise, we are not going to come here. Am I correct? And then we also collaborate with them. We not just give them the cylinders and then we divorce them. We work with them on a daily basis. They've got compliance officers that I believe you are familiar with that works with our inspectors. Because remember, in terms of our act, it's only our inspectors that can enforce. So, but we utilize the technical expertise of LPG to ensure that at the end of the day, we go out there and we clean the market. So we do inspections with them. We also utilize them for inspection, for incidents. Like there are incidents where you find that we're not necessarily specializing in that area. They actually give us the people that can take us and help us to ensure that those people are being prosecuted. And then, and then there are still other matters that we are talking to at the moment, issues of, because this one area, which I believe in terms of the DMPR, they call them, you call them outlets, ne? That you don't license the outlets, am I correct? Yeah, thank you, Mr. I just needed to double check that because that is the area that we have identified as one of the problematic. And then I'm happy because we've already kickstarted the discussion with them in terms of how, because we feel that we lacking there, because that's where lots of non-compliance is. Because these people are operating everywhere in the township, but you cannot find them. We were having a discussion outside with one of the ladies to say that sometimes even our own community are actually failing us. They're not assisting us. They actually nurture those non-compliance. But if we are really serious about our country and obviously growing your businesses, it's not about just complying. At the end of the day, everyone, when you are contributing, you are growing the economy of our country. That is what is important at the beginning. So we should all play our part. If you see something non-compliant, report. I know it's difficult, especially in terms of
government reporting back. We've got a similar challenge with what Mr. Gekana said. We do have lots of cases, but they are sitting with the judiciary, where at the end of the day, in terms of the law, and now you've got your POPI Act, you've got your PAJA, you've got all, that are stopping you to share those details of those cases until such that the case has been resolved and it can now be on a public space. So it's not necessarily that the government is sitting and doing nothing. We are working in the ground, unfortunately. And I think I should end here, otherwise I can talk the whole day. But I'm still available also, just to chat. Thank you.
I'm gonna take, just to be fair, one question for Magala.
Thank you so much, ma'am. My name is Lucy Gray from Entrepreneurship. And it probably touches to what Ms. Makigana was talking about, that I do think there's a big need for total integration in what we're trying to do as an industry. And I just want to hear your thoughts on some of what the things that you picked up on the ground, which I think are really barriers for law enforcement. So as an example, if EMS comes and want to deal with any road filler, because they don't have the right storage for the kind of material that they need to participate, then they can't. You know, so for example, storage or accurate storage becomes a massive barrier for law enforcement. So, and I do think it's something that DMPR or yourself or LPG SAFE is not going to solve alone. It's really going to need all of us in the industry to have a very integrated approach towards it. Yeah.
Actually, you are quite correct. And I think the slide was actually emphasized by my colleague from DMPR, to say that we need collaboration. Obviously, collaboration, it means government and you. Let us come together and look at how we can actually come up with something that is workable at the end of the day. Looking into ensuring that the market is in compliance, but at the end of the day, not killing the businesses again, because this is a challenge. And sometimes that is the other area where we look as if maybe we're not doing anything. Because when coming to judiciary, remember, judiciary are led by the regulations, the act and the regulations. If you take a case to them, they scrutinize it. Their job is not to critique or to make a new law. They will just look at the law that is there and they look at the gaps. If there's just one area where you actually didn't do well, they put it out of the, strike it out of the road. That is the challenge that we are having. The other thing that I believe we need to do, we are very good policymakers in South Africa, but we just need to go back and ensure that we come up with the model that at the end of the day can cover everyone. And that one, it's doable, you know. We can also start creating things like our own national dialogue within our own LPG space, you know, so that we put in ideas. But as I'm saying that, I'm very positive based on previously, as regulators, we were also working in silos, I'm just being honest. And you find that we are all regulating one sector, but Makala is doing his own thing. You are doing your own thing, but at least now we have learned every day with the scenarios that are happening on a daily basis. That makes us, force us to sit now and talk. Like you know the Boxford case, that actually opened a can of worms. That's when we've seen that actually there's a problem from the government side, not even if I can touch the private sector. So there is definitely a need to sit and come up with a model that it can be workable. I agree with you on that one. Thank you. I'm done.
I just remember to put my 10 Edna. So, Mother Christmas in August. In your pack, you have this blue, I think it's the only blue one, this color, with our main guest star on it. This is all the LPG regulations that you need to know about. If you are in this room and your business is not compliant to anything in here, me, I'm not afraid. I don't speak like regulators. You are illegal. If you are operating your LPG business, I don't care if it's 2 cylinders, 1 cylinder, you fill in 5, you know, you fill in from 48, and from 48, and you fill in from your garage, you are illegal. If you are filling from the streets with a scale, blah, 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 you are illegal. If you go to people's house in a truck, or is it a truck, a van, buggy, 1.4, I don't know the names anymore, and you have a scale and a 48 and a 9 kgs, blah, 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 you are illegal. If anything you do in LPG business does not comply to any of this in here, you are illegal. And the day the 2 departments work with our recommendations, we will stop your business. 1 year, we were challenged as LPG SAFE because it was for appliances that were not permitted. And we managed to partner, and by the way, now we have partnered with many retailers. We have managed to partner then with Massmart, and we informed them that certain products on their shelves are illegal. And we explained why, blah, blah, blah. By stroke of luck, the executive of compliance in Massmart was part of the team that wrote SANS 1152, which is a standard that regulates all the appliances of LPG in this country. And of course, the regulators, you name them. And they took all the appliances of that particular brand off their shelves. It's Massmart, guys. That is macro, that is game, that is builders. You name them, they took it off. And the people, did they challenge Massmart? They challenged us, LPG SAFE. It's your fault. You should have warned us first. We're like, no, it's not our job to warn you. Our job is to make sure you comply. And if your compliance or non-compliance is basically endangering the life of South Africans, then we will inform the likes of Massmart, we will inform the regulators. And the lawyers who was helping us at that time wrote one of my favorite sentences. To this day, when I speak about that, I smile. There is no operator. There is no appliance distributor. There is no, I'm going to make an example with Shimiti because she's here. There is no Total Gas. There is no Easy Gas. There is no Petrogas. There is no Haken. There is no Oryx. My God, Oryx wants me to say, they don't even know what I'm going to say. There is nobody. There is like your commercial needs, your commercial interest will never, ever, ever supersede the safety of the communities you work with. Ever. And every time I read the letter, right? Because I was in the letter. Every time I'm down and I'm feeling sad that we're not doing a lot as LPG SAFE, I go back to that statement. And remember that somebody's appliances were taken off the shelves, thanks to the work that we did. A lot of those in the past month were taken off the Take A Lot shelves because we have formed relationships with Take A Lot. Tony was saying, we deal with one baby, we get another problem. Amazon. Anybody who is placing their products on Amazon, we're coming for you. From now on, whenever we get wind or report, we don't even go to the department anymore to report you or something or write you a letter. We go straight to Take A Lot, we go straight to Massmart, we go straight to Checkers, we go straight to Pick and Pay. Those guys, we get your prices out of the market. You will fight, but remember, I'm going to tell you, that your commercial interest will never supersede the safety of the communities. And I wait for the day you guys, and I'm not like pointing fingers, I'm saying you guys, get told your need to make money by filling cylinder will never supersede the safety of the communities. If you are not filling that tank safely, compliantly, which means you are illegal, your interest can never be respected. Your need to put food on the table can never be respected because you think putting food on your table for your kids is better to do so by killing somebody else. That's not gonna fly anymore. It's gonna stop. And the Kekekana, I challenge you. Osmadala, I challenge you. I just want to tell you, Madala spoke about appliances permits, cylinder permits. Tony and Zandi ran away from me. Tony deals with all appliances permits. Do you see safe appliance there, logo there, all those banners that have safe appliances? If your appliance does not have that logo, it's illegal. If the cylinder that you fill does not have a CVC logo in it, it's illegal. If you are in the shop and no name cylinders, you name it, nothing on that cylinder, you don't understand the cylinder markings and everything, you must go to that desk, they'll help you. You see they're waving there. Zandi is the expert of CVC. I know everybody's been asking me about Dakado. Unfortunately, Dakado sold greener pastures elsewhere and left, but we still love him. Zandi is now the expert. Tony is now is the expert of safe appliances. And please stop making our job difficult by doing illegal stuff as well. Having said that, the other people that their lives will get made very difficult is EMS. Osana is going to come and tell you all about municipal bylaws and how they apply to LPG. And by the way, Matana, Osana, Mr. Gekana, their presentation is going to make it into the competition.
Thank you, Steskadi, and good day to everyone. I'm not going to name people because I don't want to leave anyone out. So I just wanted to greet everybody here. And I think they've set a standard here for dress code. I'm like this because of her. Because she wants us to be on uniform. But I'm not alone. I'm with the beautiful ladies who respected her dress code. I'm with 5 beautiful ladies at the corners there, they will assist. 2 men there at the back. Another standard that was said was to explain maybe a bit of a structure that I didn't put on my presentation. When you talk about fire department, people think of people extinguishing fire. Within fire department, we've got operations, the extinguishing fire, responding to any other emergencies. You have proactive services, the beautiful section that within that proactive service, you've got fire safety and peer. Peer is your public information, education, and relation with that gazebo that you see there. You also have the section that deals with training and ethics that are watching us, papers and everything. And the support section that deals with strategy issues. Yeah, deals with your business plans and everything. So I'm from fire safety. We enforce the bylaws on behalf of emergency management services. So I was tasked to deal with the emergency management bylaws for COJ. Mine is simple, I'm not going to be long like other presenters. Emergency management services has got a bylaws that consist of several things that we deal with on a daily basis. But today I've only chosen one for LPG. And from that one, I've only chosen two things so that you understand. Two things. Then from those two things, you'll be able to come to our offices. Number one, I will be covering the city regions, fire safety roles and responsibilities, and the COJEMS bylaws, as I've told you, the purpose for that application, certificate of registration. That is the main that I'm going to explain for you today. EMS bylaws on LPG, process of obtaining certificate, challenges and dealing with those challenges. The city of Joburg is divided into 7 regions, A to G. We work according to those regions. I think some of you are now familiar with these regions. Region A is your Midrand area. Your B is your Auckland Park, your Randburg area. Your C, Rodefort site. D, Soweto. E, my region, St. Alex is region E. And then F, your inner city. And G, your Enadale Lenasia. That is how we work within the city. And you'll have inspectors according to those regions. The painful part is you've got these 7 regions. As you are looking at them, we have only around 35 inspectors. And I'll tell you what the 35 inspectors are doing over and above the inspection of LPG SAFE or registration of flammable substances. We do fire inspection, the core, plan assessment before we register, operations with subs and other stakeholders for nightclubs, everything. When they require operations, we assist. Fireworks inspections, you know, December, subs will be on our neck, we need to assist. Fire investigation. I said we don't extinguish. We wait for them to extinguish, they call us, we go slowly and check and tell them what caused the fire. Regional meetings, like I said, we are working according to the region. There are regional meetings that we need to attend on a monthly basis. Transportation of dangerous goods is one of our responsibilities within the responsibility within the section. This is just to tell you when was the bylaw published and you can pass. And the purpose for the bylaw, obviously, to ensure safety of all persons within the city of Johannesburg, to complement national laws and to enforce best practice. Application of the bylaws. I think everyone is aware that each and every municipality has got its own bylaws. They are similar, but they've got their own. Ekurhuleni has got their own, we've got our own, trying the same. Those bylaws, the bylaw in Joburg applies in Joburg. The one in Ekurhuleni, the same. Certificate of registration for flammable substances. Section 35 of Emergency Management Bylaws. No person may use, handle or store flammable substance or allow substances to be used, handled or stored on any premises unless the person is the holder of the certificate of registration issued by the chief fire officer in respect of flammable substances and premises concerned. Can you pass? Section 46 says it's dealing with use, handling and storage of liquefied petroleum gas. No person may use, handle or store liquefied petroleum gas in any quantity exceeding that one stipulated in Schedule 2 unless the person is in possession of certificate of registration. 35, the one that I've read before.
Schedule 2, down there. That is the question that Siskadi or LPG SAFE will always say to me, please clarify, please clarify, please clarify. The purpose of my presentation may use this today. Flats, I think you know the quantity that you need to keep. 9 kg per flat, house or commercial premises 19 inside or a total 100 kilogram in a premises. Industrial 19 or 600 square meters building space or a total of 100 on a premises. You can have less than 100, but we are not saying if you have less than 100, you don't need to keep the cylinder safe or follow your national standard. But we are saying as soon as you are more than 100 kilogram, example more than 248, the third 48 you need to submit plans to us and start registering on a yearly basis. Can you pass? I know I'll have questions on this one. The funeral substance will only be used upon the complete. You can only get that after you have the installation is complete. When the installation is complete, you can come and do the inspection and check if your installation is according to your plans that you have submitted to us. It's then that you can start the process of giving you the certificate. But it's not for free. The certificate of registration is only valid for 12 months. Not when I say valid for 12 months, after 12 months you need to come and renew the certificate. And that certificate is only for that installation. If you have made a 6-on-6 off year, 5-on-5 off year, you're not gonna come and install another installation there and say to us, it's the same installation. Even if it's the same number, but you still need to come and consult us because we have to look at some like safety distances. There are issues that we have to look at before we issue the certificate. When we issue the certificate, we always say at the time of inspection or before we issue that certificate, we have done an inspection and everything is correct. That is why we are issuing that certificate. After 3 months, you're not going to blame us. Because what happened when you are not there, you cannot blame us for that. We can easily come and revoke that certificate. It doesn't mean we're not gonna. If we come, maybe let's say, in 3 months' time we come and things are not the way they are supposed to be, we're gonna revoke the certificate. And the quantity, remember when we give you the certificate, it will indicate the quantity that you have requested by plan. You're not going to change it as and when you want. You'll have to let us know that now I want to increase, then we'll assist you. Now I want to decrease, then we'll assist you. Remember, we are keeping the file. Immediately you submit the plans to us, we'll have a record. That is why every year there's a lady there, he will keep on sending the reminder, please visit this site, please visit this site. We'll have records. 30 days before your certificate expires, you need to start bothering us. Otherwise, if you don't do that, there's a penalty. And the penalty is more than what you have to pay to get the certificate. Just to encourage you to register. Safety comes first. Challenges. I said I'm going to be quick. Challenges. This is my first challenge. I think you can make your own assessment. Next. This is my second. This is another challenge. Here we had an explosion. I was bothered by what happened. We had an explosion, so we had to go and investigate and find out what happened. But there was an explosion here, and there were cars here. People got injured here. This is what we see when we do our inspections, and people are saying we are bothering them. This is what we see out there when we do our inspections. You see? Now the drum is part of the installation. An empty drum is just there imagine. Okay, and that installation is in use. They're using it. No signage, nothing. Next. Internally, we've got insufficient resources, like I've mentioned before. Technology also, we are still behind with technology. Things are not happening the way we want them to happen. The other thing is the rapid urbanization of the city. You know, the city is growing so fast, things are happening, you get gas each and everywhere you go, you find gas, you don't even know what to do with it. Informal settlement. Last time I got complaints from councillors. Then, remember our GMPDs are custodians of bylaws within the city of Johannesburg. I had somebody saying here, we don't have a space to store. Yes, we don't have. But if you push us and push and push, I call the custodians of bylaws and say, I've got these installations, I've been issuing warnings, we've been talking to the client. The rule in EMS or in the fire department is if you cannot remove the danger from the people, you have to remove the danger from the people. Then I take those gas. When I take the gas, we'll write the notice according to the bylaws. JPD will impound according to their laws. They will put it in their impoundment and you have to pay. We don't want to do that, but sometimes I'm forced to do that because if we are not doing that, I end up with on the commissions. If people died, like she said, last time I received the call 1 o'clock, Alexander was bailing. They said, we've been calling EMS. We told them about the cylinders were rolling. They sent me pictures. While they were extinguishing a fire, people were hiding cylinders. 48, a person dragging a 48. If a person dies or 2, I have to write a report. Whoever was in that area, did you know about this? What did you do? That is why if I get a complaint from the neighbor, before you tell me about somebody else, I have to deal with you. Because number 1, I got a complaint about you. Because if I don't deal with you, tomorrow you'll say, I told her she did nothing. I'm first going to deal with you. After dealing, when we are done, you can tell me about another person. Now I'm going to deal with your problem. Or, sorry, lack of storage facilities, it was mentioned, but we've got another plan for it. Non-compliant installation, I think you have seen what you see. It's nothing if I can open my laptop now, you'll be shocked. Trailers, we've got a big problems with trailers. And you know with trailers it's not easy. You cannot continuously check them because they are here today, tomorrow they're not there. Well, they are all over the show. So it's very difficult to get compliance from trailers, and we don't, when they come, their installations are not good. They just do their own things, pipe work, everything. So it's a challenge for us. Residential houses, you will find our houses. Some of them will submit plans to us. But when you have to go for re-registration, they lock their high halls or whatever. So now you cannot get access. But when they wanted assistance, they were opening their... Now we cannot jump, remember? So we leave them like that. Only if the insurance requires something from them, is then that they will consult us and say, the insurance. When they are done, they lock their doors. And you cannot jump, it's a private property. It's not like a public property where I can easily enforce laws. So that is the other challenge that we are having with those residentials, and they are not registering on a daily basis. We are trying to deal with this. We are trying to keep record for this inspection. We've discussed with JMPD. We have storage. We just need to register it with JMPD at Marlborough. Shortage of staff, or we work together with other stakeholders. We do operations. If we have a problem and we see that inspectors are not going to deal with that, or they won't be able to deal with that, alone. Call SAPS, call JPD, health, come and assist. So don't wait, because if you wait, if there's a complaint and they say operation, you must know that all these departments, they look at their legislation to see where can I get you, where can I get you. You'll end, we can close you, and it's not easy to open. And while I'm still there, remember with us, we've got the bylaw courts. We may not arrest you, but we can build a case and go straight to the court. Deal with you from the directly there. Because remember with the bylaw courts, they understand the bylaws than the high courts and whoever. They understand the bylaws, they assist us with it. It's just that we don't have time to build up the cases because they first need us to educate, like we are having our public education. You need to educate, inform, that is why we issue warnings, and after that is then that we can enforce. The other one, like I said, our peer educators, they are assisting. When we have a challenge, like let's say informal settings, where we cannot get compliance, they come in, Mr. Matubako's section, peer education, to do education, just to educate our guys on safety of those cylinders. Most of the time you'll find during winter, before winter they will come and do what we call winter safety campaign. We try to be proactive and educate them upfront before they start buying gas, and because some they just buy it at that particular time. They don't even read or they don't know anything about it. They just go to the shop, buy gas, in the shack, close it. You know what? Things that we see out there, they are terrible. I think, thank you. Like I said, I'll be short. I've tried.
The EMS is here the whole day. Just like I said, the bylaws, this may be Joburg City, right? City of Joburg EMS. The bylaws are pretty much the same everywhere. There is that here and there that differentiates them. But also, Anna, you didn't say something. I wanted to like say it, and she says it to me, but she doesn't say it to you. I don't understand. With the flammable certificates, I'm saying it on your behalf without you saying it, me saying it, yeah? So I'll take responsibility. If you have a flammable certificate that operates in any way illegality, and you think you're gonna float it to us, I have a flammable certificate, that you potentially, allegedly, all the other ways that works along the lines, brought and paid off somebody somehow to get it, they are coming for you. Soon. That's all I'm gonna say.
Please, just let us know.
If you did that, can you just try to get the right one? As she has mentioned. But I just want to say thank you also, Anna. If you have any questions, the colleagues from EMS are here. So don't lose sight. The colleagues from EWCTA are here. I don't know what they can assist you with, but if you don't talk to them directly, you will never know what they can assist you with. If you have fillers, cylinder fillers that are not trained, you're already operating illegally. That's under PER. I'm not lying, Matala will tell you. You may go to EWCTA and say, you know, funds, training, how can you help me to train my employees? That can help. Don't let opportunities pass you by. If you don't understand anything about permitting, SABS standards, the colleagues at SABS are there, that corner there. They will give you the right people, they are waiting there. Right? If you don't understand anything about installations of LPG, you are doubtful. Do not leave this place without talking to LPG SA and SAQCC gas ladies. Nobody is in this room by mistake. Thank you, Osama. So, into EMS, it means training.
There's a lot of movement to be
I told somebody that they asked me, are you nervous? I'm like, no, not today. You know what? My people are there. The women are in the room. Yeah. No offense to the men. Nico, I know you're going to come and call me and tell me I discriminated against you. So we are actually streaming on YouTube, right? And we have a question from Princess Waka Shenge. Princess is saying the market is currently flooded with unverified and often faulty cylinders, which creates major safety concerns and affect customers' trust in the industry. That's a statement. Nothing is truer than that. You will see my presentation shortly. LPG market is growing, but at the same time, we're still talking about LPG safety. In 2025, you know why? Because we operate businesses that are not safe for our customers. And that's why we have this Make LPG Safe for Your Community. And that's why we allowed the regulators to go as long as they did. The rest of us are going to go fast. So Princess, you are quite correct. The market is faulty. If you see a cylinder, so let me explain. Where is Zanli maybe to explain the cylinder better than me? So later you will learn more about the cylinder. So each cylinder has a marking, right? On the shroud, on the neck of the cylinder. I'm going to use simple terms. That markings can tell you who owns that cylinder. Has a whole lot of information in that cylinder. If that cylinder, for example, I have so many kids in this room, please don't fight. If that cylinder says property of Total Energies or property of Total Gas, only Total Gas can fill that cylinder or can permit you to fill that cylinder. Do not fill a cylinder that does not belong to you. I know you think you paid a deposit, you think that's your cylinder, or somebody paid a deposit, that's your cylinder. That's not your cylinder. You renting out that cylinder. A house that you live in for rent and paying rent is not your house. You renting it out. You have the right of use, of which legally, when you vacate that place, you need to be given your deposit back. The same is the cylinder. You paid a deposit for that cylinder, or a customer paid a deposit for that cylinder. If a customer comes with a cylinder that does not belong to your kind of business and asks to fill it, you need to refuse. I know you want to make money, but that's not the right way to make money. That's the illegal way to make money. I said I'm not going to sugarcoat things. I'm going to not sugarcoat anything. A cylinder, just like Mathala made, the likes of KDAC, the one that you bought at a shop, doesn't have in the neck property of. It's your cylinder. Or it's the owner's cylinder, the customer cylinder. That cylinder, you can fill it all you like, but you have a responsibility under PER to check the safety of that cylinder. First, if that cylinder is damaged in any form, you need to tell the customer that you cannot fill that cylinder because it's not safe to fill. You must, I guess, encourage them to buy a new cylinder, right? One day I hope we're going to have an opportunity where those who collect these cylinders, because I know there are people who collect these cylinders, will have a space, like a storage, where we can take the cylinders and make sure that they go for being destroyed. I hope one day we're going to all, as an industry, have that opportunity. It's something that will be worked on. I don't know when. Don't quote me on that one. So please, let's operate our businesses safely so that we don't scare our customers away. Like I said, it was 2019 where we needed to, we were asked to alleviate pressures of ESCOM. We no longer only alleviating pressure of ESCOM. ESCOM will tell you that the issues of LPG are more important than ever because they address issues like pollution. They've already said it. Tesla has already said it, and you will hear about it later as well. The deforestation. I don't know how many of you are from Mpumalanga or have gone through that nice areas of Mpumalanga and KZN with beautiful forests. Like when you drive there, you feel like, you know, you in tree heaven. Imagine all that gone. And as South Africans, we like priding ourselves about the scenery. Imagine the scenery that we are destroying when we are not using LPG correctly or helping our communities to use LPG correctly. Because guess where they're going to go? They're going to go back to those trees. I'm going to stop preaching. My presentation next. The next group, are we going to go fast next? I'm talking about Hakem and Tencent. Fast, then we go and have our lunch. And then we move to the next session. Thank you. LPG, make LPG safe for your community. You don't need me to introduce myself, just to tell you, we are LPG SA, the Liquefied Petroleum Gas Association of South Africa. We are a non-profit organization, which means we don't have money to fund you for anything or give you for anything. We also ask for it. We are mandated, or at least our strategic mandate is to grow a sustainable industry with all the safety practices that we have learned all over the world, and we come and bring them back to you. We represent a whole lot of industry, from installers, distributors, appliances, manufacturers, importers, you name them, the distributors, the wholesalers of the LPG business itself, the importers of fuel, petrogas here and petrodec. We represent all those people, and which means we are two positioned people. We also have to protect the consumer against the very same people. So that's a pride that we take as LPG, saying that we are the only association really that operates in those space. And that's a thin line that somebody has to take responsibility for, and we are taking that responsibility. Who do we protect between the two of you, the consumer, innocent person, and you, the business operator? Make your pick. Matala already has this. We have a mandate from the Department of Employment and Labor for cylinders and appliances, and through SAQCC, yes, we are the only organization that is allowed to train installers of LPG in your home, in your business, in your factory. The only place. If you have installation certificate from somewhere and it's not from LPG SA and you are not licensed by SAQCC gas, you are illegal. We're not interested in you anymore, and you need to be jailed one of these days. Matala has already said we assist both the Department of Employment and Labor and the Fire Department with regards to inspections of incidents and investigations, sometimes reactive, sometimes proactive. I would like for all of them to be proactive, not reactive, but it is what it is. Things happen. Now and then we work with SEPs as well. But like the Deketana says, we are on our way to working more with SEPs. All right, so just a bit important. The LPG market is really growing. Since 2021, a lot of things have been put in place. A lot of strategies have been put in place to make sure that this market grows. With a lot of growth come a lot of problems. But our market today stands as roughly 549,000 KT per annum, which spells something like 8.8, roughly 8.8 per capita, which is not so bad for an industry that is still growing, but it can be better, right? So we have we have 3 or 4 import facilities. The Richards Bay, that's where we get almost 80% of our imports, if I'm not mistaken. You have Saldanha Bay, and then you have Rebecca, which is former PE, another storage facility, like import facility that comes through. We starting to see a lot of imports coming through Mozambique. They come via trucks. So that's that. The industry is growing. Tatekekana has already said it. There is problems, challenges. Infrastructure is one of them. Infrastructure here, infrastructure there. By here, I mean closer to the communities. Is a problem, and that's why you see a lot of illegalities pop up. The price of LPG is regulated. It's regulated at what we call refinery, maximum refinery gate price, and then maximum retail price. So for many of you here, I'm talking maximum retail price. You cannot sell LPG at a price higher, way higher than that one that is in the government gazette to people. We have seen wonders, people showing us Cosmo, so where to? Like a 9 kg being sold at 900 rand. I tell you, this is what's killing our industry. But at the same time, you cannot sell it lower to a point that you're not even charging VAT. It's painful that we have to pay VAT, but you cannot charge lower to that. Because guess what? We already know you're stealing people's assets, you're doing everything illegal. For you to sustain your business and selling at that low price, it means something is not giving. That means you're not investing in something. Right? So MRP attracts VAT. If you're not charging VAT, you're going to tell that they're going on you. Move next. Alright. So this is just like a landscape. It's not for my privilege. Fast, check. Of the supply of LPG in the country. You can see it's been a growth going up and up and up. So we're happy, we're doing well. As LPG SA, we're proud that we contributed to that growth. The Tatekekana spoke about the rollout strategy. Again, as LPG SA, we're proud we contributed to the development of this rollout strategy on LPG. We're not going to really about that. But what does the rollout strategy mean? The rollout strategy recognizes that LPG will be a useful tool, a useful energy source for households, and it wants to protect that. It wants to encourage the use of LPG in households. That does not mean LPG does not have many applications, it does. But our rollout strategy says we must encourage households to use LPG. For who? Let me see if you know the applications of LPG. Space heating, cooking, water heating. That is household use of LPG. So that's what the strategy is saying. So, which means, and a lot of people get upset, the auto gas people get upset at me when I say this. At any time, if there's going to be a shortage of LPG in the country, the government can easily say, we are ring-fencing or protecting household supply for LPG. Right? That's why we have a strategy, which is a regulation or a policy on LPG in the country. But at the same time, the strategy seeks to make sure that household uses LPG to minimize the pressures of the Eskom grid. Right? So the more people cook with LPG, the less the grid is clocked at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And we see on TV that orange marking, red marking, that warning light. We see less of those. So if people cook with LPG, then the demand for electricity or electricity that is available will be taken to other sectors of the economy to build our economy. That is all it's saying. That's what it's asking for. And that's why I believe the likes of Eskom are entering into this kind of project of LPG. Next. So what happened? What have we done? We then started in 2023 with the project that is called LPG is safe. The campaign was really born out of, as I said, the strategy, the rollout strategy from the Department of Employment and Labor, and it definitely addresses all those concerns that came out of the rollout strategy. All right. The objective of the campaign, really, we were aiming, it was an awareness campaign where we wanted to remove the stigmas around LPG. You know the stigmas. It's not safe, a cylinder is a bomb, blah, 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 you name them. And I mean, when you saw the pictures that Osana showed you, you know that there's a safety concern. So imagine when you asking people to use LPG and in those conditions. So we had to do something. That's what the campaign was trying to do. I tell people this, I only started using LPG at age 30. Don't ask me how old I am now. And that's because I was afraid of it. But then I was tired of the cold winters, right? And I was in Cape Town. So I went to the shop of LPG. And that particular operator is now a member. And I reminded him of the story. And I bought the heater and the cylinder in his shop. And I left them there for 2 weeks. Every single day after work, I drove there to learn how to use LPG. That's what happened. After 2 weeks, he said to one of his colleagues, take him home with the heater and the cylinder. And she must do it, she must connect it from her house, and then stand there probably outside for 5 minutes. Leave her alone with it in the house. I was so scared, but I did connect. And from that day, I started using LPG. That's my story of LPG. Right? But at the same time, we wanted to promote LPG as an exceptional energy. Can I borrow this one? In your thing, you have Charter of Benefits, which basically literally promotes LPG as an exceptional energy. Now, if you were to teach people about LPG as an exceptional energy, and you page in here, I bet you will learn something or two. So the Charter of Benefits is one of the books that was done by WLGA, and it lists all the benefits that you can get from LPG. So use this document in your businesses. It won't fail you. So with that, it meant that we had to do a roadshow. We had to do a roadshow, but we came up with a way that we can connect with people. I'm gonna stand this side, sorry. We of course teamed up with the influencers of this world. We did a lot of impact marketing, got a lot of people to write documents. If you go into our website, you will find where these are people who are experts in LPG, of course, and they were writing to many intellectuals, you know what we say about intellectuals in our country. So we needed to get those people to understand about LPG, the safety, and we wanted them to be the advocate of LPG on our behalf. The other part that we did, I'm going to come here, is social media marketing and policing. So which means you've seen a lot of LPG SAFE posters. Some people say they look childish, they look, I don't know, too simple, and that's by design. We're an energy source that is feared. Are you still going to complicate things for people? No, you have to simplify it as much as possible. Of course, at some point we're going to grow. I think when our usage reaches about 800 kgs, we will start moving towards putting more sophisticated stuff on our website. For now, we will stick with simple messaging, simple designs, simple everything to attract the people that we need to attract on your behalf so that your businesses can thrive. The other thing that we did was social media policing. How many of you have heard LPG causes flu? Yeah, I hear that all the time. LPG causes flu. We needed to dispel those kind of myths. Our team, the team of KW Creatives, That was the marketing agency that we were using. They were there, they were bombarding us with all these myths that you find about LPG on social media, and we had to respond to that as LPG SA to say, no, this is the correct way. We designed content around the myths as part of the social policing that we did. We did digital and outdoor advertising. The one didn't go so well. You would have seen the taxis that driving around with the messaging, LPG is safe for cooking or something like that. Of course, we had the comic book, which is a hit with school kids, or at least we thought it was school kids only, but with adults as well. We print more comic books than any other thing in the world. We're hoping to digitalize it soon. Tyrone says she's going to help me do something so that we can make it go bigger. We hope we're going to do it now, but we will do it later. But that comic book went so far because it kind of like cartoonized LPG. And people, when things are in that simple manner, they start relating. So that helped. The big one that we did was the road shows. 2023, 2024, we went to at least 2 or 3 cities in every province, educating people about LPG safety. We learned a lot. If I tell you what you're gonna learn today there is what you need to teach your community, you will not believe me. Polka, they did it in their company, where they were going around with their distributors doing exactly the same. You will not believe how many people still do not know how to connect a regulator to a cylinder. And as a result, those people do it carelessly, or they call their neighbors, or do a whole lot of things where it's not connected proper. And then you know what happens when the LPG is not connected proper, and there's a light match in the house. Boom. And those were the small things that we found. At least to us, it's small things, but those are big things. So we had to teach. We went, and that's why we dressed like this. Because during the campaign, we had to dress like this. There was no suits. You couldn't take yourself serious because we were working with a person who is saying, I want to learn. We had queues and queues. I went to a few of those myself. The back heads, the feet heads. If you are not doing that in your business, you are failing your community, you are failing your business. You need to teach your own customers how to do this thing so that they can come back more and more. And those who have done it, you will meet them, they know I'm not lying. They will come and tell you what they did. The other thing that we've always wanted to do was schools roadshow. Now, we were not so successful with school roadshow as LPG SA, but we shared that with some of our members, some of the distributors. And guess what? They ran with it. They ran with it. Guess Brent, Hakem, where's the other people that did that? Talita, you did the community more than the schools, right? I mean, you can see it. But there are a lot of people in the Eastern Cape, like literally, guess what we sent to the Eastern Cape? The people we sent to the Eastern Cape because the schools that want it. We send it now to Mpumalanga because the schools that want it. And that was done by people like you, resellers of LPG like you, distributors of LPG like you, who now started teaming up with schools that want to do this. We just closed a competition of schools doing installation now, and we are going to do school installations for them to run on LPG. But when we do that, we're also going to do a big more about it so that we can educate kids about that. Later, you're going to meet Gesper, don't worry. And then the other thing that we did, because we realized we're not reaching a lot of people, was community radio stations. That was the most important one as well. As you know, in the country, community radio stations attract at least 12 million people, listeners per day, I swear. So if you are not using your community radio stations, you are sleeping on gold. Find a way of teaming up, partnering with your community radio stations so that you can start promoting your business, but at the same time educating people about LPG safety. This is all we got engaged in. You know when they say, I don't know, insert yourself. We were inserting ourselves everywhere and everywhere. We were doing things. Like, I think some of our members were embarrassing them, right? Because like we were doing this, and you invite us, we will come. We partnered with people, we did competitions. Of course, don't show kids' faces when you are taking pictures. That's why we put Gasper on top of that. Like the taxis I told you, all that we run, you can see radio stations there. We know these people by heart. We used to be serious, dress nicely, and go and address platforms, because all we were doing, we were crusaders of LPG. We were trying to drive the message. And that's why you see the growth you are seeing. And as LPG said, we are proud that we did that for all of you. What we learned, the fear of LPGs is real out there. When you are promoting LPG, use the language that people are comfortable. Don't laugh at me. That's me. Regulator. You know that if you have to do that, you do that. I learned how to speak LPG in Sesotho from this. And I thought, like sometimes my mother told me, no, you're saying it wrong. Like, okay, but you have to use the language that the people are comfortable with. You use English to the people who speak Sesotho. We're all gonna look at you funny, right? People are hungry for information. Why did Petrogas ask us to give you all that stuff? It's not for you to go and throw in the bin. Please go and give them to your communities. Go and give them to people, your customers. If you don't have customers, please give them back to another person in here who will definitely use them elsewhere. We will really appreciate that you don't throw them in the bin. People are hungry for information, and then how you teach them, how you educate them will empower them with information so that they can use more and more of LPG. They will not wait for electricity to come back. They will not go back and get wood or coal or something and end up causing themselves to have respiratory illnesses. And of course, you needed to do practical demos. You see, they want me to stop talking. And then, of course, the cost of LPG. You guys need to help us here. Can we remove that of LPG? That's our next issue. If that can be removed from LPG, you will see growth, right? I just have a small video because I tried. We need to show you this video. With LPG information, we gave you a start. I mean, You don't get any better than that. Number 3, partnerships, collaborations, that's the next presentation. Number 4, please do not contribute to negative comments, to negative headlines, or let your operation to contribute to that. What do I mean? Impact of illegal activities. You know what happened in Ghana? We actually wanted to put the one that just happened in Limpopo recently, but I forgot to put it. You know, this is, Anna showed you this. This was actually in last year, 24 September, in Joburg, here. And this is what happened. Can you play fast? It won't be. Yeah. You see how quickly? So those who knows, just from the video, they could hear a hissing sound of a leaking cylinder, 48. This was a big operation, operating illegally. And yeah, we'll spare you the rest of the thing. Please, illegal filling. We've been saying illegal filling. I'll say it again, I'll say it again. If you fill a cylinder that does not belong to you, that is, you do not even have permission to fill, it's illegal. A cylinder that is commercially owned can only be filled by the company or the brand on the cylinder. If you are filling it and you don't have partnerships with that company, you are doing something illegal. Stop it. That's all I can say. When you fill privately owned cylinders for customers, look after them. If the cylinder is not safe for you to fill, tell the customer that. I know it's hard to pass on money. I know we live in Cyril's economy. I know all that. I'm impacted by it daily, but we have no right to endanger other people's lives. And I didn't say you, I said we. These are some of the types of illegal activities that you're gonna feel. I mean, this is gonna be on YouTube. You go and read on yourself. I'll tell you about this. I was 3 weeks into LPG SAFE work, 3 weeks. When we got a call from the Heidelberg police station, police services, and they told us that there's a tanker that is filling cylinders, like from the tanker to the truck, that had all these 48. There were about 60 48. When we eventually managed to, so the police were calling for help. They confiscated that, they arrested the people. I believe the people were jailed. The sergeant said they were jailed, something like, the verdict was jail term, or something like that. But we all know this is a syndicate. The mastermind is not arrested. Only the people who were doing this operation were found there. They were the ones that they were arrested. When one of our members managed to help the police, they managed to disconnect all the cylinders on time, all the stuff safely. All the cylinders were 20% overfilled. Considering that a cylinder can only be filled up to 80% at least, they were all 20% overfilled. Yeah, imagine. This, you see, smarties, we call them. The minute you see something like this, it's illegal. Stop even arguing with us. Next thing. Appliances, illegal installation. This was done by somebody who supposedly legal. It's clearly illegal. That means they go and cheat customers out there. Don't cheat your customers. Installers. Don't cheat your customers. Serve them with pride. Serve them safely so that they can come back and be your customer. They can leave and come back and be your customer. Yes? Appliances. I'm tired of appliances. Go. These are our partners, of course. They said I'm missing DEE. I'm now gonna put EWCTA. I'm not gonna put ESCOM. I'm putting CF. Of course, I must put SABS. We're gonna put a whole lot of people, and that answers as well the lady's question. What collaborations are we doing to make sure that we work towards the safety of LPG. The regulators have spoken. We are speaking as a say, I'm sure every legit business that is in this room would want to say, we need to collaborate, we need to do better as an industry so that we can keep our communities safe, our customers safe, and make money. You will make money as long as you do it safely. And you will make sustainable money, which means you are building wealth, not richness. Okay? I think that's me. Thank you very much. Don't ask me questions. You can ask us questions. My team is there. They know these slides like the back of their heads. They can answer everything that you need to know. And then next speaker, and I'm going to say this. She doesn't want me to tell the story. She was one distributor that came to us crying one day because she badly wanted to get into this business. And Nivan and I warned her, if we help you get into this business, you must do it compliantly. And if you don't do it compliantly, we will personally take you to jail. And she goes, yes, yes, yes. I don't think she knew what she was getting herself into. Later she comes and says, you said you will help me. We helped you. You are here. Comply. Start complying. Refuse it. I can manage it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. That's much better. So I do think there are a few things which are against me. You heard how I was introduced, right? I'm a crybaby. Number two, I'm speaking after the host, right? Number three, I stand before you and your lunchtime. So just encourage me and be nice. So thank you, Oishadi, for creating the opportunity. And I think I speak about a topic which is very dear to my heart and very close to my heart. If you know and you've listened to me talk, one of my absolute favorite African proverbs, it says, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. And I think if you listen to a lot of my comments today, I spoke about collaboration, talking to each other, and all of that. So I'm gonna try and really fly through my slides, right? So I am an entrepreneur and I've been building businesses for the past 14 years, right? Very passionate about entrepreneurship. If it was up to me, everybody should be an entrepreneur, right? So if you spend a lot of time with me, you know I'll convince you to start your own business. If you're working, I'll convince you to start a side hustle. So that's me. And I've had a privilege of really shareholding in multiple businesses in different sectors. And the very last baby in our group of companies is Hakem Energies. And Hakem Energies, for me, it was really an impact-focused business, because if I think of the village where I come from in Marikana, I always say energy poverty for me, it's not a political issue, it's a real lived life. I lived through it, I know it, and perhaps it positioned me as a very strong advocate for energy poverty, because then I knew exactly what really energy poverty is all about. So I think through my presentation, I'm going to try and demonstrate how I have used the power of collaboration and partnerships to grow the business, especially as a so-called small business. So where it all began, there is a big debate that Oishadi makes about how the relationship happened, but yeah, I actually attended her event, and as God will have it, I sat in the Oryx table, right? And everybody assumed I'm part of the Oryx team. And weeks later, I met with them, I told them this is what I want to do. And I mean, this was 9 months later into the industry, trying to convince companies that I want to work with them. And finally, Oryx said, we don't agree with a lot of your crazy things, but we're willing to try and see how this relationship will work, right? So Oryx said yes, and I'll forever be grateful for that, because I wouldn't be able to share this story with you other for Oryx, right? And I think we met late November, we were taking a break into December, and January when they came, they said, okay, come, let's plan. And I said, no, we're not planning because I already have the first container on the ground in Northwest, right? So, no, like true story. I had already put the first LPG container in the community. But I think what was then important is that when we got into the community, I had to understand who owns the community, who runs the community, who makes the rules. In business, I refer to it as rules of engagement, because you can't engage if you don't understand the rules of engagement. So that was very critical. And it was the village economy in Dava, Dr. Buketora Hudu, and the foundation, and the CEO is here with one of their executives, who really, I think, received us with very warm hands into Northwest. And the power of this is that when we looked at their Vision 2030, green economy was a very massive pillar of what they were trying to do. And we didn't have to reinvent the wheel for Northwest. We just plugged into what they wanted to do. So for me, that's an extreme power of collaboration, because then you don't have to pay the school fees that people paid. You don't have to redo the things that people have already done. They had data for days that involved them making that strategy, and we really just tapped into that strategy. And on behalf of Dr. Buketora Hudu, we're very grateful for this partnership. And you guys know that I'm crazy and the ambition that we have for the Northwest. So because of time, I'm just gonna talk about 3 critical mindset frameworks, which I think are gonna be important for us to start thinking around collaborations and partnerships. So one powerful thing for me is that if we collaborate, our voice becomes weightier. It's amplified. So if Total Gas wanted to have a conversation with the ministry, as an example, from a clean cooking perspective, I believe that conversation eventually it becomes more powerful if we have it as an industry and not as one person. And I therefore urge that although there is a temptation to be competitors, because we are competitors at the end of the day, the benefits is much greater for us if we are collaborators and not competitors. I think the pie I do think the pie is too big for all of us to really participate in, and there is no need for us to try and kill each other, right? It's Women's Month and I've been talking a lot, and people say women are the first people who will stab each other in the back. And I said, I don't know what you all are talking about, because I stand on broad shoulders of women who are in these industries who just made a pathway for me, right? So thank you to every single woman who've contributed to my journey in this space. I'm so grateful, very, very grateful. So I think the first one is humility. So, and I started with the story of being in business for 14 years, because then success is very seductive and it can make you think you know everything. But when you come into Northwest, you have to understand that it might have worked in Johannesburg, but it's not going to work in Northwest, because in Northwest, we don't do things like that. So I think it takes huge amount of humility for you to be able to humble yourself and learn from people, right? The second thing is around trust and integrity. I think a lot of times relationship and collaboration don't work because we just can't trust each other. We're not transparent, we're not talking to each other. I think we're on the same page. I share stuff with you, tomorrow somebody else has bypassed you and they're doing something. I mean, I spend a lot of time in entrepreneurship, and people are talking NGOs and non-circumvention, and before they even talk business, it's a lot, right? But it really gets to show that people cannot trust each other. I think for me, the last one is really around flexibility. I think sometimes we just have to be agile and to be flexible. Yeah, we've got strategy, we've got a plan, we know what we want to do, but perhaps sometimes where we are able to bend, because relationship is a two-way, right? So sometimes you get into a relationship where nobody's willing to bend, but they expect you to be the one who's always giving forward. So I think that flexibility becomes very important. And flexibility helps us to also understand there's no one blanket approach, right? If something has worked in the Northwest, it might not work in Mpumalanga, and that becomes very critical for us to understand. So this slide is really around an example of shared value. If you look at the clean cooking framework, right, Nivani, we are on the SDGs. So if you look at the clean cooking framework, it talks to all the 17 SDGs. So for you as a business, small, medium business trying to integrate this into corporate, this is one of the pillars that you talk to. Because every single business in this country is talking about sustainable development goals. And you are able to then prove that the model really touches each and every single SDG. That becomes shared value for them. Because they understand that if they start supporting you as a clean cooking business, you will enable them to start ticking their boxes from an SDG perspective. So progress so far, it's always interesting when I tell people that HACEM is not even 2 years old with what we've done so far. We are only 17 months into the business, and we've really achieved a lot, and it's really because of our partners and our collaborators, right? And we've learned a lot as well. I think we've really learned a lot. And one of the stories that I want to pick up from this slide, a friend of mine always laughed at me because every time I talk about Mayborn, right? So she's one of the ladies that had access to using LPG, and she started cooking in a taxi rank, and they had about 24 stalls of cooking in a taxi rank, and they were using paraffin to cook. And I convinced Mayborn that we will set her up and we need to move her into LPG. And when we moved her into LPG, she became a powerful advocate for our work. Today we are supplying 20 out of those 24 women because they all transitioned into LPG, right? And I think it becomes very critical that as we move along, we create a ripple effect of advocates who can constantly speak and advocate on clean cooking and on LPG. So when we started doing the work, the LPG box is there. We've put a couple of millions on the ground, and this thing is not working. And we did house surveys. I mean, the team will tell you I'm very big on real data. I don't like desktop data. I go on the ground to get real data. And we did surveys, and we picked up that people cannot come and buy gas because they don't have the initial infrastructure. They don't have the cylinder, they don't have the cooker, stoves, and all of that. And I then started understanding in this sector who is interested in this issue. And I found Petra Gas to be one of the people. And this was a setup because they actually put a post on LinkedIn which said that they are interested in making sure that LPG reaches homes or something like that. And I called Barbara and I said, Barbara, I just saw your post on LinkedIn and this is what you said, and we can help you do that. And here I'm demonstrating that you need to find people who are interested in what you are trying to do, because then you can leverage their resources and you can leverage their capacity to be able to partner and do that with them. So last year, for Mandela Day, we wanted to do a cute small thing for Mandela Day, and the response was so massive. We ended up running a Mandela Month, where we raised money to transition 1,000 households into clean cooking in the Northwest, right? Petra Gas was a major sponsor for that 1,000. Central Energy Fund is also here, and they also participated in that program. But Anglo-American also participated in that program. And if you listen to each and every single one of them, they've got a strategic reason. Because people don't partner with you because they like you or you're cute. They partner with you because you enable them to tick whatever strategic objectives that they need to be able to do that, right? In December, we wanted to do something special. We called it a Christmas party. And our sponsor was Petra Gas again. And here we were very specific because we understood that we've given the first 1,000 families the cylinders, but most of the people can't come back and refill because they cannot afford to refill.
And here we wanted to run a program that will give us specific data that we needed, and we decided to focus on child-headed families, right? And we then did a Christmas party with Petra Gas, where we transitioned 100 child-headed families into clean cooking. And for me, one of the powerful things that came out there is that in March, when we went back to do an after survey, one of the young girls who's 14 years old, who's taking care of 2 of her brothers, said to us, ever since you moved me into LPG, my results has improved at school. Because now she doesn't have to go and collect wood anymore. And again, I think the department, I'm bringing this case because then maybe the Department of Education has to be in this room. Because we are able to demonstrate that if we collaborate with them, we can actually increase or help or partner with them to increase their results, right? So I'm an entrepreneur, guys, so whenever I talk, I know who's in the room and I want to close the deal as quick as I can. So, this year, Mandela Day again, our partner Central Energy Fund said, listen, Hakem, we want to do a cool project, but we don't have time, we want to do it as quick as possible. But this time we're not coming to Northwest, we want to do something around our host community, and we chose Tembisa. And when we got into Tembisa, it was difficult to really try and understand who are going to be the critical partners. And we found an NGO, and I think West Hadi was talking about NGOs and NPCs as well. God of Our Fathers, NPO, who was already strongly integrated into Tembisa. But the powerful thing is they were already running community programs. It means they had a list of qualifying people who could participate in this. So instead of spending a whole month verifying, looking for beneficiaries, it was easy for us to tap into their networks. Again, there's no way that we could have actually done that without them. And I think here, we then should not despise the power that NGOs and NPCs can really have, because these are the people who are on the ground in communities, taking care of these communities and knowing what the real needs are and where the real needs are. Thank you, Central Energy Fund, for that contribution. I think it's my last slide. So, I've been spending a lot of time with LPG SA, and one of the things that we picked up was the coolest thing, the comic book, right? I mean, I saw that thing and I gave it to my son, and he was really excited about it. I was like, okay, this thing might work for us actually. So we started going into schools and we started doing a lot of school drives in the schools. And you know, when you go there, you just see poverty everywhere, right? And we then knew that there is a foundation called LNB, Tusa Sechaba, who are in a business of contributing or distributing school shoes. So we partnered with them, we partnered with Credit Guarantee, and when we did one of the projects, we didn't just teach and share the comic books, but we gave over 100 kids new school shoes on that day, right? So again, for us, it's really around how do you start leveraging of your networks. And out of that opportunity, we then thought maybe we can actually supply the schools with LPG. But when we started going into that, we realized that, I mean, Northwest has 1,230 schools that run feeding schemes, and none of those schools were complying from an LPG safety. So again, we pulled our bags off trick. We found out who is interested in the Northwest to partner with schools, and Cash Build was one of the people. And to date, we have upgraded 16 schools in the Northwest to become LPG safe, right? Again, the ministry, National Feeding Scheme has to be in this room. It's a cool project, it's changing the lives of those kids, but I think it's a disaster waiting to happen because none of those schools are compliant, right? So I think they really have to be on this room. Vice Hadi, I think I need commission after this presentation.
So, Mama, I really love your uniform. I think when I grew up, it's just that entrepreneurship won my heart, but I've always wanted to get a lady in uniform, you know, so when I saw you, I was like, there you go. But we have been a very close friend of the Rustenburg Disaster Management Department, and I think for them, they said to us, every time we are called into communities is because the fire has already happened. And what you are doing, you are helping us to be proactive by training and demonstrating and showing people how do they actually take care of that. So Ivan, maybe just press play because it is a video. I don't know if the sound will pick it up. So this is a very short video of an example of what we would do in communities, right? Because the first time something like that happens, they take a cylinder, they throw it out of the house. And because it's shacks, they are close to each other, the next shack catches fire. So here we were demonstrating that if you actually suffocate the oxygen, the fire goes down, you get into the cylinder, you switch it off, right? So we do very, very practical things on the ground with them. And my time is up, but I think before I go to sit down, as a very strong advocate for small businesses, all the big players which are here, my ask for small businesses is that it is not just a compliance issue to support small businesses. I think it's a moral obligation for us to support small businesses. If you look at the employment equity chart, it tells you that it is the small businesses which are going to create the biggest jobs opportunities in the market, not big businesses. But I also think there is no way we are going to achieve transition that we want to achieve if the entrepreneurs are not empowered as last mile implementers. And as I always say, from HACEM perspective, we are crazy enough to think we're going to change the world, and I think we'll do it one life, one family, and one community at a time. Thank you.
I know you have a lot of questions for HACEM. She's still here. She's not leaving until I leave. Focus is from HACEM. Sorry, I said Debucho is here from HACEM. She will answer everything. They are here. They'll talk to you to no end. Don't miss guest blend. I think she's hiding there. She thinks, you don't know, that's another LPG SAFE baby. And by baby, I don't mean that, I don't know, we treat them special. It's because they bothered us so much, now we're making them work, pay back. That's what I call it. I won't say the rest of the words. We are asking them to pay back by coming and being advocates of small businesses, advocates of what happens when you run your business safely. That's why we are asking them to pay back. The next speaker is standing between you and lunch. She promises me she'll be less than 10 minutes max. Like, and then after that, I promise you we have lunch. You'll be hearing clean cooking, clean cooking, clean cooking. Words are just not words. Use them correctly, you'll do well in your business. Taxi is going to tell us about the world, not just South Africa, the world clean cooking project. And you'll find yourself maybe inside it, operating your business there, clean cooking. I don't know.
Thanks so much, Tandi. It's just such a pleasure being here with everyone today. I'm Tamsin Donaldson. I'm the Head of Marketing and Communications at Petrodec. And let me just start off by saying a huge thank you to the LPG Association of South Africa for pulling this all together. We're really honored as Petrogas to have been alongside EWCTA and sponsoring today. And hopefully this is step one of bringing everyone together. As Revealware alluded to, and I'll show you a few stats in the upcoming slides, we really do have a big clean cooking challenge ahead of us, and we need to work as a team to reach that. So if I could just start off really quickly, just by show of hands, how many small businesses or entrepreneurs are in the room today? Excellent. And how many of you are not currently in the LPG industry? Brilliant. Okay. So I'm just going to give you a bit of a background and a run through what's been happening around the world, which has pretty much culminated in bringing all of us together. So this has been an ongoing story since, well, I guess we can go to the first slide. So this has been an ongoing story since COP38, potentially even before then. So back in 2023, the Stockholm Environment Institute, is that still working? The Stockholm Environment Institute actually did research which showed that at the time, if the 2 billion people without access to clean cooking were able to switch over to LPG just overnight, it would have a net cooling effect on the planet. And this kick-started a whole ball of excellent activity that happened around our industry. So we had Fatih Birol, who's the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. We had the African Development Bank attend COP38 and make the pledge and the promise to make 2024 the year for clean cooking in Africa. So what they did is, so I'm sure you'll all get the slide after this, but there's some sobering stats on there as to why the urgency exists, but I'm not going to take us through that now. But Nirvana, if we can go to the second slide. So what was identified is we had a massive clean cooking challenge, particularly within sub-Saharan Africa. So the stat that's sitting there, the big orange line, what that's actually showing you is that while the rest of the world actually gains access to clean cooking, sub-Saharan Africa is getting less and less access to clean cooking. And this is going to be compounded by the population growth that's going to be happening here between now and 2024. So that is also why we had these pledges coming from the International Energy Agency. We can jump, yeah. So what happened is in 2024, it was a global first summit that happened in Paris. It was the Clean Cooking Summit. It attracted over 1,000 delegates. It was co-hosted by the President of Tanzania, by governments of Norway, and everyone came together and worked on what would be these clean cooking solutions that we could implement quickly and efficiently and affordably in order to make this difference in particularly sub-Saharan Africa. And the key outcomes there is that it was recognized that clean cooking, and I think, Rafael, you spoke to it, it addresses a range of sustainable development goals. So it addresses gender, it addresses clean cooking, it addresses health, and the list is ongoing. And it was recognized at that particular event that clean cooking could address all of these issues and pretty quickly. We were also given, sorry if we jump back, we were also, over $2.2 billion was pledged to the development of clean cooking solutions. And there was the clear alignment that LPG was actually one of the most scalable near-term solutions for Africa. So what eventually then happened after that, so I'm really taking you on a story here, is that industry came together after the event, and we formed the Cooking for Life Africa Task Force, which is managed by the World Liquid Gas Association. And one of the key outcomes from the Cooking for Life Africa Task Force within 2024 was we published the LPG Roadmap for Africa report, which Rafael also alluded to in her presentation. But the key findings from this was that we need to establish clear, enforceable regulatory frameworks, and that's what's needed to scale LPG safely and sustainably in these markets. So exactly, we need to enforce these regulatory frameworks. We need infrastructure is critical, so we're not just talking about large infrastructure, we're not just talking about storage and import terminals, we're also talking about the work that all of you do in the room here, the last mile distribution. It was also found that empowering entrepreneurs, particularly female distributors, is necessary to that growth. And implementing consumer financing plans and payment terms in various forms could also enable this transition. That roadmap was used as a basis of findings to input into the latest Clean Cooking report by the IEA. This was released on the 18th of July this year. So we can jump to the next slide. So the findings from this report are actually quite huge, but bear in mind the International Energy Agency is just running numbers. They're running numbers and figures and industry sentiment. They're not you guys on the ground actually doing the doing. So what they found is, I'm not going to go through all these various elements here, but if we can actually jump to the next slide, these are the 2 key points I want you to take out of this. So in order for us to accelerate universal clean cooking access in sub-Saharan Africa by 2040, 80 million people need to gain access to clean cooking solutions every year. That's a massive task. And in order to do this, an LPG will account for over 60% of those gaining access to clean cooking solutions. So if I were you, so we're here with this dark purple line, or this dark purple section. As an entrepreneur or business person in the LPG sector, you can see immense growth opportunities that are coming our way. So what does this mean for you? We could jump there. So what are the opportunities for all of us in this room today, if I can just distill it down? So exactly that's what I was saying. So over 60% of new clean cooking access will come from LPG. Okay, so you're in this business, as I mentioned, growing demand means growing businesses for you. Governments and donors suddenly are focused firmly on clean cooking in Africa, particularly LPG's role in achieving that clean cooking. So all of these enabling policies and frameworks are suddenly coming our way. We're top of the pops in terms of all the conversations lately. And since that Clean Cooking Summit in May last year, 40 new clean cooking policies have been launched by various governments around the world. And it was great to hear that South Africa is also going to be working towards that as well. So LPG is top of mind. And we're starting to see more of a supporting policy and finance environment being built to support all of us on the ground. But the secret sauce, what's been missing from all of these discussions and all of these reports, is a role that Africa's or sub-Saharan Africa's distributors will play in terms of that last mile distribution. So what is needed? So you guys are the bridge between policy and implementation. We need those innovations in terms of that last mile distribution. We have to find ways to drop that absolute price point for the consumer. So we were talking about earlier, getting on a taxi with a 9 kg cylinder. You're having to pay for an extra seat for your taxi or for your cylinder, or you're not actually allowed on the taxi. That's adding to the absolute cost of LPG for the consumer. So we need to find ways to increase reach for that consumer, so getting us deeper into the communities that need that LPG. We need to find ways to package those sales, so affordable pay-as-you-go models or consumer financing opportunities. We need to find those solutions. They don't, some of them exist, but we're actually looking for new solutions to this project. And then a key, massive point here, and it's referred to over and over and over again in all of these studies, is the work that will happen with regards to safety and awareness training. So how do we make it more accessible for the end consumer? And when I talk accessibility, I'm talking about, does it fit with my use and habits? Am I afraid of it, or am I comfortable with using it? And that is the role that all of you can play in this room. So, last slide there. So, we've delivered all of these reports. We've brought LPG to the front of the table. You have everything going on. We're having these discussions at the G20. Just yesterday, the Clean Energy Ministerial hosted in South Korea. We had a complete side session purely based on LPG, particularly within Africa again. So all of these enabling environments are being created. It's time for us to take that opportunity and grow this industry together. So thank you everyone for it.
I'm plugging you, ne? Petra Gas and Barbara. Petra Gas in the room. I'm plugging you. With the permission of the chairperson of the board, I'm going to say this, and I'm only going to say this, I'm speaking in codes. which means you must keep your eyes glued up in our LPG SAFE website. Something is cooking. Just run your compliant business. Next March, something is cooking. That's all I'm gonna say. Something is cooking. Last mile, what did you say? Last mile, distributors, getting LPG to the communities, investors, blah, blah, blah. Something is cooking. Just run compliant business, right? Thank you guys for listening to me all this time and listening to us. Thank you to all the speakers that have spoken so far. We are not yet done. The next one, you're gonna meet entrepreneurs who decided we are not gonna go there alone. We are taking other people with us. That's after lunch though. So we're gonna have lunch. Can I cheat you and say we should be back here by 3 o'clock for the last sessions? I know I'm taking too much of your time. Distributors of LPG, my team says I must tell you not to go anywhere because you still have those 5 prizes to win. The starter pack to win. Distributors of LPG except Hakem and Gas Brand. You have something to win. So lunch is here. It's served from here, so you can serve yourself. We can, unless another student, we can have our lunch. You know, those are the nice places there. You can have it standing there if you want to. You can come back to your chair. But please, when you finish, just take your plate at the back again so that we can continue with the program. Right? 3 o'clock. Thank you. 10 minutes. You can know that there was a BRICS, what in Brazil earlier this year, and one of our members actually won the BRICS Woman of the Year award in energy. And that is part of pay gas. So we of course always proud when our members win something. And there's a lot of our members who win a lot, but they win in the name of LPG, which means really South Africa is doing something good. And if you are familiar with pay gas model, you will know that it's starting to be adopted pretty much in the southern region. So we have a message that we asked Natalia from Pay Gas, who is the winner, to organize for you. She couldn't be here. She's back in Brazil, and because, that's another thing, be proud. As much as we don't adhere to our own regulation, Brazil is actually choosing to adopt South Africa's regulation standards, you name it, for LPG. I think we met with them, if I can remember the president, I was like, I don't even know how to speak Portuguese or whatever the language, and I was speaking in English, somebody was translating. And we were sharing with them what the national standards are about, our PR is about, and of course we got the permission from the Department of Employment and Labor. We couldn't just do that. So we were really proud when they came back to say they liked what we said, they would like to adopt South African standards. And we went back to the Department of Employment and Labor and connected them. So that is a proud moment. So when we are ignoring our own regulations, some other countries are adopting them. The whole of Africa is already using our regulations and standards, guys. So let's take ourselves serious. Yeah.
Hello everyone. Greetings of PSA and our beloved Wuhan. Thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity. My name is Natalia Gianchetti. I'm the co-founder of PayGas, and I'm here today to share with you my journey that wouldn't have been possible without my chosen country, South Africa. Even though I was born and bred Brazilian, at a still very young age, I left my country to start my journey in studies and entrepreneurship, and PayGas was brought to life. Our startup has a feminine inspiration and soul, and my inspiration comes from a lady called Lene. When I was a child, I used to go to her house to eat those delicious meats made on a wooden stove. Some people might not know, but still today, in South Africa, millions of people still cook with wood, charcoal, paraffin, and sometimes not even cook due to poverty. Last month, PayGas was the winner of the BRICS Women's Startup Contest 2025 in the energy sector, Scale Up Selection. But this award is not only mine. It contemplates all men and women to whom we give the opportunity to cook for cheaper, fairer, and safer. This award also belongs to all the DDS in South Africa and in the world who unfortunately can't cook with gas unless they have the money to buy a full cylinder. I'm very proud of, together with my team, have created a business that shares these values, and the business that was created and developed in South Africa, and that today already serves more than 500,000 buying customers, being 70% of these transactions less than a full cylinder. I strongly believe that it's our job to develop businesses that have in their soul human values. Otherwise, at least for me, life would be worthless. Wouldn't it? Thank you so much again for everything.
Thank you, Natalia. The next session, there's two inspiring ladies. For me, they're very inspiring. Because I know when I go and start my LPG business, I'm not doing this for free, by the way. When I go and start my LPG business in Guatwade, which is where I'm from, in my little corner, I'm gonna go back to these ladies and ask for help. So that's why they inspire me, because they are deciding that they're not gonna do this for themselves alone. They lend, they pay the school fees. Where's Rafiwe? She pays the school fees, that's what she says. They pay the school fees. Now they're gonna go and fetch other people back. They don't just fetch women, by the way. They fetch young people, they fetch men, they fetch people. As long as you are willing to work within compliance, they will work with you. I know that for sure. Ausnewo Mutala from the milk factory gas. The milk factory gas. has a project. She runs her LPG business with her son, Tabel. Our first meeting, like many of you, was a little weird because they wanted something that I couldn't give. And it started like as if we were fighting. But we were not. Because today, the milk factory gas is my inspiration because of what they're doing. And because of them, I know I'm going to have a good LPG business one day at home in Guapo. Osneo.
So I represent TMF Gas. It's the milk factory trading as TMF Gas. And why it was called the milk factory is because my son is a marketing graduate and he decided that with his marketing brains, he's registered a company for the milk factory. So I said to him, but we don't need any cows. No, but Apple doesn't sell apples. I'm born and bred in Soweto. I've got over 20 years of corporate experience, having gone through the manufacturing industry, including the security cluster, the defense industry, including the fire department manufacturing, emergency vehicles, and armored vehicles. It got to a point where sometimes life takes you to different angles. In 2023, I went in for a hip replacement surgery. Immediately after that surgery, I suffered a cardiac arrest. All I can remember is when I was in the recovery room, I was strange, and I said to the nurse, please call the doctor, something's going on. And the last thing I heard was the doctor saying, no pulse. And then I said, not my kids. But I've only got one son. And I literally, I only have one child. And said, not my kids, God. And now I know why I said not my kids. And you will see it in the next slides. I'm going to go to the background about LPG because everyone knows where LPG comes from and the history of LPG. I'll skip this slide. Introduction is that the company was established by myself and my son, or my son and I, as the milk factory, which prides itself in providing 10 key solutions for gas supply, gas appliance installations, mobile bakery shops, fully equipped with gas appliances. We also provide franchise opportunities for those that want to remain part of the TMF brand. Why? Because of consistency, brand recognition, value for money, continued support, mentoring, etc. We identified this opportunity due to the need to participate in the sector, but most importantly to make a difference in other people's lives. Most importantly, to be a part of the solution in the economic rehabilitation process of this country, especially given the higher unemployment rate of young people, especially women. I'm so happy to see that in this room today, in this day and age in 2025, the majority of people in this room are women. We are an ECS approved distributor. We receive a lot of support for ECS. There are times when I actually say to them, I need some shares. We started our flagship store in Ekurhuleni, supported by APSA, and I'm going into detail about that one, supported by Easy Gas and the Gauteng Enterprise Program. Now, someone mentioned the pay-as-you-go type of business. That's what we basically do. So we refill cylinders from a 1 kg in a 3 or 5 or 7 or 6 or 9 kg cylinder. Why? Because we realize that there are times when people don't have money towards their income. And all they have is 70 rand to fill up the 2 kg so that it can just last them until the end of the month. Our business model is closer to the community where we know that they can carry their 2 kg. And there are tuk-tuks around. We have an agreement with one tuk-tuk guy that actually helps and listens to the gas for us as well. We also do installations. I'm not going to go much into that because everybody here does that. You know all about it. One of the competitive advantages that we have is that we have an upsell rewards loyalty program where consumers get cash back when they buy a gas price. Now, the reason why I said not my kids got it's because about a year ago I was approached by Session Iron of Community Development Trust to do a turnkey solution for one of their beneficiaries. Her name is Miss Ayana Budema. She's also my protege. Ayana, please stand up. Ayana is a University of Pretoria graduate with a degree in social work, an honors degree in psychological counseling from UNISTA, and currently finalizing her master's dissertation in clinical social work at the university. Also an LPG accredited gas appliances installer. And she's working towards her commercial installations also. So what do we do with our turnkey solutions? We start from cradle to grave. We help you with your full corporate ID. We help you with your name, your logo, your uniforms, your company profile. We do a fully fitted container with a purchasing office, we give you a gas refill station, plus a delivery vehicle. Now, this project was done in Kuruman for Ayanda. The bakery structure. The bakery structure is also movable, it's a prefabricated structure, fully fitted with gas appliances for baking. You can bake your macaroni, you can bake your bread, whatever you need. That is done under the umbrella of TMF. I'm also going to talk about the business development, which is what Oskadi said we should talk about here. Now, in marketing, we talk about tangible and intangible assets. Even in finance, when you do your asset register, you have your tangible and intangible assets. But in marketing, when you talk about tangible assets, you're talking about knowing your brands. You have a good business model which you can put on paper on your business plan. But your business plan has to have a flexible business model. You have to know your triple Ps, your product, your price, your place, which is your distribution channel. Sellable ideas that have a story. Now, when we went out for funding, we first went to GBP, to the Gauteng Enterprise Program. And they wanted, now they get hundreds of thousands of applications. This is the government entity. It's got a grant facility, so we've got blended funding financing. The most important thing that we sold was a story, and the story said, we want to make a difference. We want to help those that cannot go and exchange 9 kg. We want to be able to sell a 1 kg. More than anything, we also want to expand the business to help other young entrepreneurs to become us, and even better than us. We provided 5-year cash flow projections that could actually tell a story to say, you know what, I know this is where I am now, and this is where I'm going to be in 5 years. Now we can even say that we've been doing this for over 2 years. We moved from being a 1-ton business per month to a 15-ton business per month. And thanks to the support of EasyGuess. And that's the benefit of working with approved wholesalers, because they make sure that you comply, they make sure that you grow. You go from being a normal distributor to being part of the enterprise development programs, and now we are actually an EasyGuess supplier. What are your intangibles? And so before we get there, you have to show your research on your business plan. Research says, I know who my competitors are. If I'm going to sell cylinders, I know what a cylinder costs, what a cadet costs, what a Mega Master costs. I pose the question earlier on to the DMRE on records. Because I know a lot of young entrepreneurs want to enter the space of selling cylinders. But we can't, because we cannot afford it. We don't trust fund babies. You know, we've got black tax, and it's the reality. We don't have the money. Therefore, for us to grow this economy, we have to be helped. We're not asking for handouts. We say we can go and get a loan, but help us, meet us halfway. So hence it's important to do your research so that when you put your business plan together and do those cash flow projections, you can then say to your financier, this is my dream and this is how I need you to help. Then we go to your intangibles. Your intangibles are your love and passion. And there are ladies that were here who spoke so passionately about her work. Oskati is the mother of LPG gas, of LP gas. Being females, it's our nature to nurture. We are not here just to make money for ourselves. We need to also, we don't need to, it's in us to make sure that we take others with us in the journey, and through the journey, and through the process. And not just creating entrepreneurs that are going to be entrepreneurs for themselves. They are also going to go on and create other entrepreneurs. And they're going to also create their own generational wealth, so that their children in the future don't go out and become 9-to-5s, like we all did and our forefathers did. You need to be able to get your stakeholders into emotional and intellectual buy-in. Who are your stakeholders? Your stakeholders are your suppliers, your big wholesalers, your customers, and your customers are your biggest supporter, because there's something called word of mouth marketing. They are the ones that are going to talk about your service wherever you go. Your stakeholders like LPG SAFE. You must have stakeholders that will mention your company name in rooms where you are not even available, where you are not even present. And I'm proud to say that today, we've got another future franchisee that came through Oscat. Refill. Please stand up. Later, but I need to get through to this slide here. It's not going to be long. I know I'm tall, but I'll try and be succinct as much as I can. Now, let's go to funders. Funders, need to rely on funders. You need reputable brands. When you go to government, and I'm sorry, I've said this sometimes, I don't know any government institutions, sometimes they don't have the money. You know, they do have the money, or they don't have. Yeah, she's just actually confirmed it. Sometimes they don't have the money. What do you do then when they don't have the money? You need to be able to know that you go to an ABSA, they have got funding for energy businesses. I think all the banks now do. And there are people that will say, hey, you know, we actually do funding, you can come to us. But they're going to charge you 30% interest rate. Where do you get that money? You end up working for them. So please, when you go out and look for funding, rather ask first, ask around. Ask somebody that has worked with the banks, somebody that has worked with your NEFs, your IDCs, your GEPs, your CTPAs, so that they can be able to advise you accordingly on who to work with. Enterprise development partners. Enterprise development partners help you grow. They need to be supportive. They also need to be reputable, but they also need to be willing to help you grow. They don't do it, they shouldn't do it for their BEE numbers, for their audit, for their BEE audit at the end of the month or at the end of the year. I come from corporate, and I'm not lying, we used to do it quite often, because you only think about enterprise development when that audit comes, because you have to be a level 1 ASAP. And when you put in that tender, you have to show that you are a level 1. Meanwhile, you haven't even done anything to support those enterprises. Marketing, I think we've spoken a bit about it. Professionalism, advertising, and compliance. And as said, we are not just an easy gas distributor. We have graduated from being a supplier to an ED beneficiary. Sir, next slide. Now, these are the certificates that they were earlier talking about. And the one that was for appliances, the other ones are for your compliance certificates. Please go to the next slide. And before I get to that, I need to tell you a story about that certificate. We had applied, we had brought in appliances from China, obviously, and took them into a company that does testing. The first stove that I took in, it was disqualified, it failed. Now I'm going to tell you about the power of relationships and stakeholders. I think Refugee spoke a lot about stakeholders. One of the industry players, who sells appliances also, I took the other stoves to him. He checked them, and I said they're fine. He took those stoves from his office straight to the tester. The tester failed them. But this guy, we're just going to call him Mr. A, picked up the phone and called the tester and said to the tester, those stoves come from my office, they come from my workshop, my company. They have been tested by my staff. My own driver took them from my shop to your office for testing. And guess what the guy said? Oh, sorry, I didn't know they came from me. And he made them all pass. And that's the pain of having to do business in this industry as a black woman. And I must say, the industry player that helped me was a white guy. And had I not asked him to do that, those stoves would still not have been approved or to do that. It's a journey, it's a tough one, it's very male-dominated, and it's historically predominantly white industry. It's not easy, but I must say, it gives me comfort to see companies such as Petrogas helping us develop and grow. Well done to you guys. Then we're going to talk about refilling. And there are so many refillers here. And we fight about refiller because Sadi claims that refiller is her child, and I'm saying she's now my child. Refiller is our next franchisee. He will be opening her next shop in Ekurhuleni, still in the streets. Refiller 20 is currently an installer. She's a qualified installer. Refiller, please stand up. She's got a senior certificate in ICT and a national diploma in management from Tshwane University of Technology. Whenever you start a business, make sure that you empower yourself with some level of education. It goes a very long way. Because when you have a business, you need to know the difference between a credit and a debit. Simple things. You need to know how to do your opening stock and your closing stock. That's where I end. Thank you very much, Oscar, for the opportunity. Thank you to all the industry players for giving young people, especially women, the opportunity to play in this space. Well done to you. And more than anything, again, guys. Sorry, Oryx and Total. Thank you, easy guests. My peeps, thank you so much.
Hey, if she didn't say that last statement, Nkulu was gonna call me and say I'm the one who said. Like, before we even leave this place, that's what he was gonna do. Did you get my people? I don't know how I get my main member. Or one of my main members. The next person, okay, we're gonna have a slight change to the program. No, a big change to the program. You're still gonna win. So let me see the distributors that are in the room. One hand per company, please. 1, 2. I'm just waiting. I'm just gonna put 3. No, you're not. 4, 5, 6, 7. We look like we are winning Team LPG SAFE. 7. But nonetheless, we're gonna have a slight change. The fire department indicated that they can't do the fire stuff, right? There was some sort of a glitch around there, but they nonetheless are still gonna take you through some of our community awareness stuff that you need to know before you leave this place, right? That's number 2. She's coming through to tell you about the guest brand franchise model now, and Barbara will come in and tell you about the program that Refilwe, Ayanda, she thinks I'm not going to talk about her, Michelle went through, and we are launching it. Barbara is going to launch it for us because she's the sponsor. Told you, you must be in the room with people with money.
Halala, LPG SAFE, halala. Thank you. My name is Pumzilemia. I'm the founder of Gas Brand, a new baby in the market we launched in February 2025. Pumzile, I worked in the corporate for 20 years, left in 2023 November. I've been in the gas industry for the past 16 years as an engineer. I've commissioned over 100 projects as part of my project management portfolio. I had the privilege of working in the whole value chain when it comes to engineering in the gas industry. I started working at the ASU operation as an operator, then as an engineer, and then I moved over to the laboratory where I was now testing the gases that we were dispatching on those rock tankers, and then went to the engineering department, customer engineering services, where the customer installations, you go out with the technician, they troubleshoot and everything. I was still a student by then. And then I I was then secretary of the technical department, which was now overseeing the whole national technical support for the company that I was working for at the time. They did a very good job. I think I should mention them, their products. Yeah, so, and then thereafter, during my Air Products time, that is where I would say I went through the whole value chain of understanding the gas industry, from the end user to the policymakers. I was working close. I was happy to see Sis Makala and Apane. Yes, she was here. So I used to liaise directly with them. When the PER was launched in 2009, I had just joined the products, and at that time I was, what can I say? I was the runner for the company, and some of the contributions, when it was reviewed in 2015, I had positive contributions to that. I was part of the distribution list and had my comments in because I understood things that were happening on the ground level that were not featured on the standards. So yeah, and then bulk of my projects were in LPG, and that's why I'm here. Yeah, so LPG, I work, yeah, I've been in LPG for the past, 6-7 years. When I exited corporate 2023 November, I started LPG, and basically I would say I'm a gas consultant / gas contractor, because when you're an entrepreneur, you wear the suit and go to the boardroom, and then when there's a call out, you then need to wear your overalls and touch that spanner. And I touched the spanner only after I exited corporate. So that was quite a learning journey. So today I'll be talking about the gas brand franchise model. May you please pass this slide. But basically, I am an advocate for quality, safety, and what else? Anything that has to do with excellence. I'm an advocate for that. So our blueprint as a company, we say we want to be one of the best and go-to companies in South Africa if you need anything that has to do with gas. So before I am gas brand or any other company, the company that does a lot of projects when it comes to corporate is PD Prosper. I'm also a founder there. So gas brand is a distributor for Oryx gases. So what we do, we are with gas brand. We are making LPG accessible to the rural market. So basically, we are offering a turnkey. Business model that empowers entrepreneurs to enter the LPG industry easily and effortlessly. So basically, we have gone through, what can I say? We have done the fighting for you. So we are making things simple for you. So you don't have to worry about the compliance. We will do that for you as part of the package. We don't have to worry about the marketing, the market research. For anyone who wants to enter a certain market, we are doing the market for them. We're doing a market research, a holistic market research for them, and tell them, okay, in this area, you already have 5 competitors. Or in this area, there are too many paraffin people, so that means you will be messing up with the paraffin mafias. So enter the space cautiously. So that is part of what we are doing. And we also have this franchise. So we launched the franchise model last month in July, and we have one lady that we are busy onboarding. She's already in the LPG space. She's making 25,000 per day. So she has large volumes. So she came to me needing help with compliance because we are independent. Before I'm a distributor, I'm an independent gas consultant and engineer, and I want everyone to be safe. So when I saw the pictures from EMS, I cringed because I understand the importance of safety, quality. When I was still in corporate, they used to say I am hard to please, kind of something like that. So when it's Pumzile, we know that we need to send the best. At a certain point, I had to stop a job because the straps were expired and torn. So we had to stop the project because I cannot compromise when it comes to safety. So yeah, so LPG Engineering Services, the LPG installation turnkey. I'm happy to say, okay, he has left. There's a guy from Botswana that I'm helping with a project. I invited him to come to this event and he wanted to also see our operation. So what can I say? I want to leave what I tell others to do. So turnkey model, so that is from, if you want an LPG depot, we do the whole study for you. So that means I have a network of engineers that I work with. So when you're looking at a depot, you're looking at 1 million just paying the professionals. You're looking at the geologists, the environmentalists, everyone in that particular, depending on the scope of what you will be doing. But in most cases, if you are looking at 245s, then you know that just reserve 1 million for the professionals. And they only come for 2-3 days and leave, but you need their expertise. So that's the turnkey. And then fire plant submissions, that is part of what we also do, the refill depots, that is what we do. The guy I'm saying from Botswana, he wants to have a depot that side. So, please move to the next slide. When we dream, this is how we dream as Gas Brand. As you can see those locations, this is how we want to support people. We are removing the market entry barriers. We are removing the stress of thinking about how am I gonna. So we do everything for you, so that you just need to bring your lease, and then you need to bring your lease agreement or your land, and then we are able to fully give you that support. Please move to the next one. So it's not limited to South Africa, and we are an independent gas consultant firm. So anyone who needs the help, we are able to give them that technical support. So in terms of the Gas Brand franchise, the QMS, I got the privilege of developing quality management systems in my corporate journey. So that is part of what I also do. The engineering works, compliance with authorities, market research, technical support. And we have done a lot of school drives for my community in Cosmos City. We have covered over 4,000 school children, teaching them about LPG. Our age group, it's too late, kind of, to teach them about LPG. But we are now speaking to the young generation that LP gas is safe. And when you teach them, they are able to tell their parents, Mama, you need to buy a gas stove because it is safe. Please move to the next one. So as part of when we launch you, we will be doing the school drive. So you need to identify a school near you, and then we can do that drive during the time we are launching your company. The value chain, we have made it simple for people. So before we onboard you, we want you to identify any of those end users, or in general, the end users of LPG, and then you need to give us a certain volume that will make sure that you win from the first month. We have our first proof of concept site here in Build It Honeydew, and that has helped us to have tangible, or rather experience in the industry, and that has given us lessons that we cannot allow the person who is joining LPG industry following us. So we're making sure that we check all the basics for you, so that within 10 months you have your return on investment if you make the minimum kgs that I won't share, but you meet that minimum volume, and then within 10 months you will be able to get your return on investment. Let's move to that. Okay, so this is one of my favorite things to do. This is when we launched in February. It was in February, and then we have partnered with Busy Fires. So if you need if you need cylinders, they are available, and we are their distributor. And they've just launched a cylinder for solar, the batteries. So they've just launched a fire extinguisher that extinguishes the battery fire. And yeah, so part of what we do when we're doing the school drive, we teach the children on which type of cylinder is the best. And the 1.5 kgs, I hope we all have the 1.5 kgs at our homes. If not, I can distribute for you. Thank you. Alrighty, next slide. Oh, that's the end. Right, yeah, so basically I was doing a research on the clean cooking, and when I looked at Africa, I wanted to read African studies, like African case studies. And I found that Kenya is well ahead of us when it comes to the LPG. They have the smart valves, they have the EnviroFit. They've done quite a lot of work such that they have a 0.5 kg cylinder. It's very, very small. We'll be sharing it on our LinkedIn profile soon. The presentation is already available. We just need to post it. Otherwise, it was quite informative to read about what the other countries are doing. Zambia has increased consumption of LPG by 50%. They've also invested, where are the policymakers? They've invested 100 million for storage facilities of LPG. Ghana government gave people free stoves. Uganda is developing the LPG production within their country. So guys, I am here to say the LPG, I'm happy that the whole world is now coming together with the clean cooking mandate. And the best time to get into the LPG space is now. And Gas Brand helps you it removes the barriers. You just need to bring your money and your title deed, and then we are good to go. So we want to say partner, be part of this journey, either as an advocate, as a supporter, as a partner, and let's have our homes clean. Thank you.
All right. Barbara, let's start coming up. Ma'am. Taslim, you can see what I've been saying, right? You can see my people are passionate, right? So when you go and meet those G20 people, investors, tell them you are missing out. LPG SA can put people in the room for you that can do even bigger than the legacy project beyond. In communities in South Africa all over. ESCOM, you can hear. So you don't just have to do Mpumalanga and Prestige, you can go all over. Remember what I said, if all households in South Africa cook with LPG, we're helping our own economy, and you will make money as ESCOM from corporate, not from poor us. Right? So, guys, I sell you guys everywhere I can. You say Barbara laughing. Barbara has money. You know why Barbara's boss doesn't come next to me? Because he knows I'm going to tell people that they have money to share. And Thompson reports directly there to London, Petrodec. Singapore, they even have money in Singapore dollars. You know Singapore is rich, right? Kabanya, don't think I don't know about you. I'm going to tell people now, right? So, but guys, Barbara is going to do something so important, so proper. Personally, I am the proudest person about what Barbara is about to do now. I know the first person I called when I thought about this project was Barbara, because in my previous life she used to say, Khadi, we need to do skills development. Khadi, we need. Little did she know I'm doing skills development with her money, or Petra Gas money. So Barbara, to you.
Thank you, Khadi. I think I just need to rectify a picture here. I don't have money. I'm fortunate that I've been given an opportunity to be employed by a company that has vision, that has passion, and that believes in diversity. So earlier on, a little bit earlier this morning, we heard about information is power. I think I just want to stand here and say diversity is energy. That is important. Then I heard everybody speaking about the dress codes, and all I'm going to say is I comply with regulations. Now to the serious stuff. So since 2022, Petrogas has proudly partnered with the LPG SA to sponsor residential installer bursaries, an initiative that was launched when there were fewer than 20 female installers registered in South Africa. The goal was clear: to promote gender diversity and inclusivity in our sector. The bursary program is designed to encourage young women to enter the field and to provide role models for the next generation of energy professionals. LPG is promoted as a cleaner alternative energy source, and Petrogas sees women's participation as critical in shaping how this clean cooking solution is implemented in households and in communities. I would like to recognize and thank LPG SA for the fantastic work that they have done with this program. The LPG SA bursary program has become a symbol of progress in creating more inclusivity in the LPG industry. The initiative supports women aged 18 to 45 in becoming registered female installers. By supporting aspiring female professionals and fostering industry-wide participation, this initiative continues to make meaningful strides in empowering women and addressing the clean cooking challenge. The success speaks volumes. It demonstrates the vital role such programs play in building a more inclusive, resilient, and innovative energy landscape. In technical fields, women's inclusion is more than just representation. It is a catalyst for motivation, productivity, and progress. Their diverse perspectives challenge the norms, spark new ideas, and strengthen industries. Petrogas recognizes this and is deeply committed to fostering an enabling environment where all can thrive. We are proud to have contributed to the development of these registered female installers who are now either full-time employed or have started their own businesses. I encourage everybody to actively support and champion women's inclusion by creating an inclusive environment, ensuring women feel valued, respected, and are offered equal opportunities for growth and development and advancement. Challenging bias, actively addressing unconscious bias in hiring and in promotion to ensure fair and equitable opportunities. Promoting visibility, showcasing the achievements of women across our organization, and to inspire others and to set positive examples. By championing women's inclusion, Petrogas is helping shape a more diverse, dynamic workforce, one that benefits the entire LPG industry and the society. As part of our CSI, Petrogas views empowering women not just as an internal goal, but as a way to uplift communities, improve livelihoods, and contribute to a more equitable South Africa. We at Petrogas are proud to support these aspiring young professionals and foster inclusive participation, helping to build a more resilient sector with that benefits communities, driving lasting impact. So to all our bursary recipients, we say, well done, keep going. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. And we are proud to be part of the sponsorship of the residential bursary installed in 2025. For those interested, closing date for that is the end of October. Good luck to all of you. We look forward to seeing your encouragement for 1 to 2
Youth is the current height and age between 18 to 45. who have done tedious technical science courses, are youth and legacies of Entrepreneurship. If you have answered yes to these questions, this is for you. The 2025 LPG SAFE Bursaries for Women competition is now open. An initiative aimed at empowering women to become registered LPG installers. Since its inception, 21 females have been trained in the bursary program. 6 are self-employed, 9 are employed in the LPG industry, and 2 operate distribution businesses. The winners will receive full training under the guidance of qualified trainers and the license to become registered installers. Whether you are passionate about energy, entrepreneurship, or community upliftment, this is more than bursary. It's a path to power your future. Apply today by going to www.lpgas.co.za and become a driving force of change in the LPG industry.
Allow me to brag. All my installation babies, stand up. So she's that one who was like that, and then we saw repeated So these are past installation babies, recipients of the bursary, and Osnewo told you about Rufilo and Ayanda. Mpo just submitted her POE. I blackmailed her. I will only put you in the list if you submit your POE. Use portfolio of evidence, so we're waiting for it to be marked. Should be licensed soon. I have no I have no doubt. I forgot. No, I know where you're from. Rita has been hiding from me. So Rita is one of our newest as well. She's based in Soweto, right? If you want installations done, please collaborate. Then you have Michelle. Michelle works for Seke Gas. She's an installer at Seke Gas. You see how shy she acts? She's not really that shy. She's really not that shy. Don't let the eyes fool you. Michelle is actually one of our first qualifier. Like, she finished the course the latest, but qualified the first. She used to cry. Oh, Rubino, we didn't deal with your tears as much as we have dealt with Michelle's tears. She cried, but look at her now. She's on her way to becoming a commercial installer soon. You guys know how proud I am of you. I will continue to brag. I will call you by names. I will waste people 5 minutes just for you. Thank you for coming and always supporting us. And then we all thank Barbara and the Petra Gas team for always funding us. But I just have to mention that in the beginning, we also had other companies helping fund us. Oryx, before they kill me, Oryx helped fund us the first installment of the ladies. There was another company, it's Vita Gas, part of Vitol, the one that bought engine. They also helped us fund some of the ladies. Those were the Vita Gas, Oryx, and Petra Gas. Of course, Petra Gas stayed with us all along. Oryx is coming back. They proclaimed somewhere in the board meeting that they will come back. So they're coming back to funding you guys. But this year we're gonna fund 8 people, right? 8 ladies. Yeah, gentlemen, we are not closing you out. I'm cooking something for you one day soon. It's gonna fund you some. I'm gonna call in while the fire department comes in front. So, like I said, they can't do the demonstrations in front. I'm gonna call in. The distributors that are here, you are not gonna regret staying until now. Because I have exciting, Zandi and Tony and Joy have exciting competition for you to do. Rather than us do demonstrations of LPG safety, you're gonna do them for your colleagues. And then if you do them you answer the question that has been happening all day correct, you win a hamper close to 5,000 rand. I mean, we are a non-profit organization, but we're giving you a 5,000 rand hamper, yeah? The fire department here, guys.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. There's a reason why we call this a graveyard shift. So they say, mag is vol oogies, moeg. Means your stomach is full and your eyes, the one that you cannot open, they want to stop closed. So we got a bit of surprise for you. This is my colleague Chris, between myself and Chris. I'm Dion Iso. I work for the City of Johannesburg EMS. He's Chris Viviers. He works also for the city. You heard earlier about our colleague, our boss told you about the regions. I'm in Region F, Education Department. Chris is in Region B. So we're going to give you a bit of a taste what we do with our children when we educate them. So you're going to have to be 9 to 10-year-olds for like 2 minutes. Is that fair? You know what children like to do, no? They like to play. So if you want to teach children, you must be able to play with children. Not in a bad way. Okay? So we're going to hand it over to Chris, and Chris will do a bit of a demonstration, and then we'll carry on with my presentation. Thanks.
Okay, do you guys like singing? Well, whether you like it or not, I'm going to make you to sing now. I'm going to do a little song. I'm going to ask Dion to hold the microphone for me. Then I'm going to sing the song once. I'm going to do some actions. Then I'm going to stop. And then I'm going to want you to participate. And then we're going to have a competition. But I'm not going to tell you the competition, but I want you to stay with me. But I also want to tell you that I don't like to lose. Okay. Never ever play with matches. No, 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 no. You will burn your fingers. You will get in trouble. No, 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 no. Okay, so now I want to hear you and I want to see. Let's go. Never ever play with matches. No, 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 no. You will burn your fingers. You will get in trouble. No, 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 no. Never ever play with matches. No, 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 no. You will burn your fingers. You will get in trouble. No, no, no. No, 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 never ever play with matches. No, 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 no. You will burn your fingers. You will get in trouble. No, 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 no. Never ever play with matches. No, 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 no. You will burn your fingers. You will get in trouble. No, 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 no. Never ever play with matches. No, 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 no. You will burn your fingers. You will get in trouble. No, 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 no. Never ever play with matches. No, 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 no. You will burn your fingers. You will get in trouble. No, 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 no. Never ever play with matches. No, 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 no. You will burn your fingers. You will get in trouble. No, 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 no. Never ever play with matches. No, 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 no. You will burn your fingers. You will get in trouble. No, 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 no. Never ever play with matches. No, 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 no. You will burn your fingers. You will get in trouble. No, 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 no. Never ever play with matches. No, no, no. Thank you, Robin.
Alright, so that didn't wake you up for the next hour or so, just to keep you awake till you get home. That song just wakes you up. So, as I said, my name is Dion Iso. I'm going to present not long. I'm going to be shorter, but I'm here to tell you what the firefighter goes through on a daily basis with people that is doing illegal stuff. So there's a reason why the fire department is there. We're there to regulate and ensure compliance. But for some reason, there's this tendency in communities now to break the law on our side of safety. So I'm going to show you a video which most of the firefighters know, and it's a video that depicts, I'll tell you a bit more about it, but it shows you what can happen in a gas situation that we find. Okay, so just watch the video.
When a tank is exposed to sustained heat, such as from a fire,
to boil or vaporize, resulting in increased pressure in the tank. If we're not overstressing the tank, the relief device activates, venting the excess pressure. As pressure decreases in the tank, the valve begins to close. With continued heating, pressure again builds, causing the relief valve to reopen. Where flames impinge on the tank below the liquid level, the liquid absorbs the heat, allowing the tank metal to remain at a safe temperature. With continued relief valve operation, the liquid level drops, exposing the greater area of the tank to the effects of heating. With the flames impinging on the vapor space of the tank, the temperature of the tank metal, uncooled by liquid, rises. At some point, due to the vapor pressure from within, the tank metal begins to weaken, stretch, and eventually tear. As the tank comes apart, large quantities of both liquid and vapor are released in a powerful explosion. The heat radiated is sufficient to ignite combustibles and cause burns great distances from the explosion. Tank sections containing rapidly igniting fuel can become flying missiles, traveling great distances, causing secondary fires and other damage. It all happens quickly.
So all I can say is thank God to this beautiful lady for her team of LPG, because you're just making our lives easier as the firefighters. Thank you very much. So a couple of years ago, not too far away, there was a tanker that got stuck under a bridge, and it posed a serious disaster that a lot of people didn't really know that it happened. Just go one back, please. That it happened on the 24th of December. In that incident in Boxburg, there was the explosion that you see now happened, and the result was what you see on the board today. 41 people died, numerous people injured, firefighters were injured. It was one of the worst explosions that ever occurred. There was a hospital close by, and the hospital's roof inside was even affected. What I'm trying to say, if you smell gas, you're in the vapor. It's almost too late. What you do then is so critical. What do we do? When we have a gas, when we open up the gas, we then go and look for a lighter. You need to stop that behavior, because gas will travel and follow you. And when we get the lighter, what do? We test it. Never ever test gas leaks with a lighter. You'll have what we call an explosion. So there was a fire engine that was damaged. The explosion was enormous. There was video circulating on social media of people burnt. People were taking selfies. There's a craze in the country for TikTokers. Who's TikTokers here? Don't be shy.
Raise your hand.
Everything is a selfie. And what happened was, as you see the bridge on the bottom left corner, people were standing on top of the bridge while the tanker was burning, taking selfies. But the fire department had an immense task to evacuate people. They put their own lives at risk, and that's the problem with communities nowadays. When you run away from the fire, guess where we run to? We run towards it. So thank God that we have organizations like yourself that is out there that's doing the right thing, because it makes our life much more easier. Next slide, please. So what do you do when you smell gas? Do not switch on lights or off lights. Your cell phone can ignite gas. So when you're sitting next time at the petrol station, stop making a call and taking calls. You will ignite the flame, the vapor. It's happened. We've got footage. You can go onto YouTube and you can then check to see what happens. Open windows and doors immediately for ventilation. Close the cylinder valve. Earlier on, one of the speakers showed a video of a firefighter, and I approached and said, please stop that video. Do not show that video again, because it's the unsafe act to do. Alright? We don't want to teach the communities wrong, because your blanket that you're using might be highly flammable, and it will ignite the blanket, and then you have another problem. And when people have fear, what do? They kick the cylinder. And the cylinder knocks against the wall, sucks in the flame, and you have an explosion. It's as simple as that. So be careful what you teach your clients. To rather refer to the fire department for advice. We're based in all regions. The lady knows our contact details for our education guys. You can get it from her and she will tell you. And we're very much in the Johannesburg area willing to come out and educate the communities on your behalf. For free. No. Yes. No. Yes. For free. Alright? So we love our job. We're doing what we're doing. Next. Main causes of LPG gas. You know, I've been in the job over 30 years. And LPG gas has never been the cause of a fire. It's never been the cause of a fire. It's always human error. Always human error. So gas is very, very safe. Problem is, how do we use it? Gas check for gas leaks. Poor maintenance, improper storage and handling. There is a major problem in South Africa where people are filling illegally. I work in region F. I was a reporter, a lady came to me, said somebody's room exploded. I've got pictures of this guy burnt himself because he was decanting from one cylinder to the next cylinder. They know how to do this, people. They know, and they're selling, they're making profit. So poverty is a problem, but we cannot allow that to be an excuse for the safety of others. Okay? Ignition sources near keep cylinders lying down instead of upright. Do you do that? I purposely put that in. Because when we come to places, we find cylinders laying on the ground. Dangerous. Very, very dangerous. External fire exposure, static discharge, or smoke in your cylinders. You know, smokers. How many smokers in the room here? Let's see, show yourself. Because you're the part of my problem as well. You see, this time of the year, there's a lot of bushfires, eh? Here's who starts those fires. Smokers. Driving past the road, smoking in the car, shooting the cigarette butts out, and it falls in the fog and it ignites, and then we get called out. And we get the blame for everything. Next slide, please. Leak detection. Test with soapy water at joints and housings. Never test with a flame. You know, we're too lazy, we're too tired. We don't want to go make a mixture of sunlight soap and water and use a brush to test for a leak. Let's use the lighter. Don't do that. That's a bad behavior. People are doing it out there. Alright? Next slide. Step-by-step extinguishing a gas fire, evacuate and call immediately. So this is what we teach communities. Does anybody know the emergency number in this room? I've got a nice surprise for you. Don't rush. Take it easy. You know, when you want the fire department, who are you going to call? Okay, let me put it another way. If you want the police, who are you going to call? You see, here's my case. You know all the police's number, but you don't know your own fire department's number. So now when there's a fire in your house, are you going to phone the police? Yeah, bro. So if somebody commits a murder, you see it, are you going to phone the fire department? Exactly. It's not rocket science. The longer you take to call the fire department, the longer it's going to take for us to come and render support or render fire services to your fire or your incident. So get to know. So the number that we promoted is the 112 on the cell phone. It's a free call. Okay? It's free. Dial 112. Tell them in Johannesburg you need a fire department. Shut off the gas supply. Okay? When you're in the house and you smell gas, shut off the gas supply. Alright? If the fire is burning from the gas, shut off the gas supply. If the gas is burning, let it burn, it's fine, nothing's going to happen. But you panic and you think there's going to be explosion. Why? Because you watch too many movies. Now that movie, the movie was an explosion. It doesn't happen, guys. In real life, we've got experiences that when you let the gas cylinder burn, all it's doing is burning the gas. It's not doing anything. The problem is when you throw it down and you kick it and it hits a wall, and that's where the problem occurs. Okay? Smother the flames with a wet blanket or a foul blanket. Post-extinguishing, ventilate. Always ventilate. Remember, if you smell gas, you are in the vapor. You are now, your clothes has got the vapor on it. You are now a bomb waiting to happen. Alright? Immediately evacuate, open the windows, open the doors, get everybody out, call the fire department. Alright? Next slide. Next slide. Okay, that's it. Okay. Alright, so that's my presentation, short and sweet. Hope you learned a little bit about safety. Always remember, we appreciate what organizations like LPG do. This that we came today, we as the fire department don't have the means to do this. So when we have events, please invite us. Alright, we're extending our hand to you guys to invite us to your present, to your campaigns, whatever campaigns you're having in the regions, we gladly come and support you. Okay? And we'll also bring our fire engine with us. Thank you very much.
Why did you leave Jasper behind? I said you must bring Jasper along with you. I mean, Jasper, show up. Yeah? People are waiting for you. Come in. Jasper is too big. Jasper is over 8. You know this guy, right? This is Jasper the mascot. I know that Jasper is not cheap, or the likes of Jasper is not cheap. But when the fire department was singing now, I was just thinking, we're gonna do an LPG song like that. Like you and your fingers, and then it's gonna be cool at schools, right? And then we're gonna make Jasper sing it. In the process. You remember Jasper the mascot, right? Jasper is going to assist Zandi here in front. Zandi is going to skip doing demonstrations for you as distributors of LPG. Now, I know people who are distributors and I know people who are not distributors. Don't try to cheat us. So we want you to win straight up, right? Let me see how many distributors are still in the room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which distribution are you? Huh? Yes. Minus brand, the gas brand minus Chem Energies. Guys, we only have 5 presents, right? To give away. Now, we're not going to make it easy for you. We're going to make it a little bit harder. So, a distributor, Zandi's going to ask you a question. Instead of demonstrating like we wanted you to do, you're going to speak the demonstration and you're also going to answer one question. Is that cool? Okay with you? So, Mazanda, let's start with you. Come in front. And the best answer based on
But then the first scenario, you have to demonstrate what emergency process you should follow in case of a stove catching a fire.
If the cylinder is placed outside, you go to the isolation valve and switch off the power source and the flame source to the appliance. Switch off your gas appliance.
Okay, and then if the setup is in the house?
You open the cupboard and you switch off the isolation valve. Then once there's no open flame, you disconnect the cylinder and put it outside.
Thank you. Do we all agree? Last question. Name 5 applications of LPG. Name 5 applications of LPG. 5 uses of LPG. Yes, how is it used? Give me 5.
Fire escapes, stove, heater, geyser, stove, and driving vehicles.
Did you know I'm mentioning stove twice? She gets these. Okay, she mentioned all of them.
Alright, she got all her questions right. Remember, we only have 5 prizes. We're gonna have tiebreakers in case all 7 of them make it through. So she goes first. Next distributor.
Hi everyone, I'm Anna Zonke, the guest host.
Okay, so you take the page here and then you give it to me and then I'll read your question. Give it to me. Okay, demonstrate the process.
So you connect the storage hose with the regulator, to the cylinder. Hello? Okay. So you connect your cylinder, 9 kg cylinder. You take your bull hose regulator and then you screw it in and then
Is that correct?
that's the connection. Want to switch it on as well? So it's obviously you connect the piping and you make sure that the switch is off before you switch on your cylinder, and then you pressurize the system by switching on the switch. The knob for this for the heater.
Is that correct? Okay, let me give you the Okay, that is not 100% correct. Should I state the error? Okay, so the error, since we added that you have to use it, like you have to turn on the appliance as well. So you connect, you are 100% correct, your regulator to your cylinder. Okay, so you connect your regulator to your cylinder, and then yes, you are 100% right. You have to make sure that the appliance is off first. And then also at that time your cylinder is also off, right? But then now, the problem is that before you're using that, you need to make sure that there's no leak of gas. So that will mean that you're supposed to test your cylinder that you are bringing in your house if it's not leaking before connecting it. Then after connecting it, you're supposed to turn on your cylinder, meaning you open for gas. Before turning on your appliance, you do a leak test as well. Now your leak test will start from the connection of the regulator to the cylinder, between the connection of the cylinder and the regulator. Then you move to the connection of the orange hose to the heater. If there is no leak there, now you can turn on your appliance. Am I correct? Now you are safe in that way. But anyway, the second question is, what are the LPG installation scopes? What are the four, let's say three. What are the four LPG installation scopes that LPG SA offers? So we run or we do training of LPG installations, right? So there are three different scopes when it comes to like specific installations in a property or in a household or whatever. So what are those scopes?
In terms of the safety requirements for installation. Training. Okay, you do offer commercial installation, domestic installation, and industrial installation.
That's correct. Some people are not sure here.
Okay, yes, that is correct. So your first question was also correct, except you missed the leak test part. Second question was definitely correct. So yes, we'll move to the next person. What emergency process you should follow in case of your stove catching a fire.
Okay, the stove is inside my home, right? Okay, we're assuming the installation is from the outside. So from the outside, I will go and close the valve, and then if I can close the actual gas cylinder, I will close it, and then I will let the fire go inside the house installation. I will open the cupboards, close the valve as well, close the cylinder. If the cylinder is set. And then I will open the windows and the doors, ventilation.
Is that correct? Okay, your question, name the mandates that the Department of Employment and Labor has granted LPG SA.
Sure, that's a tough one. If I remember correctly from the presentations, is that we need to make sure that the people are, is the HSE, already HSE compliance, training people to be safe when handling equipment, and also the skills when they are doing installations.
Those are our mandates. You go with that. Is she correct?
The crowd is saying you are not correct. I will ask, how did you assist you?
But who knows our mandate? Okay, what are our mandates? No, the third, what's the third one? So he said registered installers issue permit for appliances. Yeah, training installers. So, okay, I'll correct you now. The last one, the last mandate. Okay, our mandate, right, guys? You didn't listen. Is to permit appliances, permit cylinders through SAPCC gas, train and license installers. One.
Okay, thank you. Makes it fun. Okay, next person. Demonstrate the process of connecting LPG stories. Until you switch on the stove.
Okay, not to assemble the stove, right, but to connect the stove to the cylinder. Actually switch it on. Okay, let's say I've already done all the precautionary steps, like to check that the cylinder is not leaking and everything is fine. Obviously, it will be closed, and the stove will be off. If there is any valve between the cylinder and the stove, it will be shut. And then the cylinder is shut and well placed and handled. And then I connect the regulator facing the direction of the appliance, and then once making sure that it is properly sealed, and then switch on the cylinder, and then go and switch on the stove.
Okay, no leak test, we get that. Second question. Name at least 3 regulations that apply to LPG and RSA.
Okay, the regulations will be the standards regulations. Okay, firstly, it will be regulation that pertains to installation. And this will include all ancillary issues as to how far must the installation be between the opening and the boundaries and the drainages and all that. Those things are governed by the SANAS. And then other regulation will be those which are linked to fire departments. Somehow, the ones that are linked to the fire department. And then I also believe the ones that are linked to labor. I think all those regulations from fire, labor, as the representation are applicable to LPG.
What's your take? Is that like an answer? Because for me, it's too broad. You're not giving the regulations, you are stating the government institutions that handle the regulations, not the regulations itself. Am I too difficult? Okay, apparently I'm too difficult.
Okay, the pressure equipment regulation, that's one of the most important regulation. And the regulation pertaining to installations and the PR. So the equipment and appliances as well, they have regulations to occupants as well as the actual installations. Obviously, I will not remember the numbers and the exact numbers of the head, but there are regulations pertaining to appliances, the PR, and then there are regulations pertaining to installations and to who can install it.
Okay, thank you. They told me I'm too strict, so you make the call.
No way. Pressure equipment regulations, Petroleum Products Act, Petroleum Pipelines Act. The department investigator has laid them out here. Matlana spoke about them. The fire department spoke about municipal bylaws. Those are the regulations that are pertaining to LPG. Then I told you to look at the blue thingy because it has all the LPG regulations that you need to know about. No way, you didn't. Only after you struggled. Next. Who's the next? Who's the next?
Okay. Demonstrate a process of connecting LPG heater.
First, you need to check your product pipe. Then also you can also check your cooling if it's pipe. Then connect it to the glucose to the cylinder. Open the gas. Tell the heater to one. Press it, hold it for 5 seconds, and then press it.
Thank you. I see you guys don't like big tests yet. I'm a bit worried. But anyway, that can save you. I know it's sometimes annoying, but it can save you. But anyway, the second question is, in 1 minute, find a permit for the appliances, they're kept, right? Okay. Find in 1 minute one of those two appliances. Give me a permit number of one of them.
/249/1 RC.
Okay, and then what would happen if it was not here? What would you do?
It's illegal.
Okay, alright, thank you. Okay, so he got the permit number because I asked him to get a permit number. I didn't tell him how to get the permit number, so he practically is correct. But if the permit number was not on the appliance, you go on the LPG SAFE database and then punch in the model number. If it does appear, that means there's a permit. You also see the permit number. If it says results not found, that means the appliance now is illegal. Right. Right. Next. Next person? Oh. 5. So,
Only if my sponsor says yes. Only if my sponsor says yes and Gaspar agrees. Dear sponsor, should I give them all, even though they got some of the things wrong, even though they don't like doing a leak test, which can save people's lives?
Dear LPG SAFE, they've stayed to the end, they definitely deserve the prize.
What do you say, sponsor said?
Seconded.
I purposely excluded the other guys because they come all the time to our office and get this stuff and they know they can come. But we just wanted to assist you guys, set you up with the starter pack. Next time, we're going to come to your operations. I know I'm good with names. I'm going to come to your operations. She's always on social media, so I'm going to see. We would like to see you using the starter pack to educate your own customers. Help them keep themselves safe, but also keep our industry safe. But also, I invite you, if you are not compliant, I invite you to come and talk to us and we see how we can assist you. Nobody wants to close anybody down. I can tell you for free. With no government department. I think Mr. Ketana said it, Matana said it. Nobody wants to close you down. We just want you to comply. That's all we want, right? In that case, I have 5 presents. You all have cards, right? You can take the presents. There's present 1 here, so I will ask my team to take you around to getting it. It's a pack, like we said. So 1,000 comic books, 1,000 cylinder information, education, leaflet, 1,000 safety tips on using LPG in your home. That is for your customers. Share it with them, educate it with them, educate them with it. If you want to duplicate it, we welcome that. You can just put just a little liner there, information, source of information, LPG SAFE. That's all we ask of you. And send us pictures. When you are doing this community stuff, we want to see you do well for your community, but we also want to see your businesses do well. Right? Give them a hand. So yeah, you all give. So there's 1 here, and then there's 4 there in that thing. Yes. So did you take a picture there? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations. And thank you to everybody who stays until the end. Is the not gone? Where is he? Where? Yeah. I'm going to release Gaspar as well. Thank you very much, Gaspar, for coming. We really do appreciate you showing up. Until next time. Nivan is going to do something quickly that I prepared for all of you, and because we prepared it and I made team of KW, please stand up. So we are streaming online. They are helping us with all that. They are going on social media. When you find yourself there, blame them. The KW Creatives, the name or the slogan, keep LPG. LPG is safe. Actually came up with them. And as you can see, we've been milking it. We're supposed to milk it for 2 years. We've been milking it and we're going to continue milking it. And Kensani is the CEO of KW Creatives. They are our agent. And then she has with her the dynamite, Michelle. Like I just said, Michelle, I want to do a video like this. And she was, let me think. That's on WhatsApp. And then she goes, what do you think about this? And then I'm like, wow! Because obviously I'm taking the challenge. So there's Michelle there. She's definitely dynamite. And then we have Little Ronaldo, who is doing our social media now. So whenever you see our social media active, you must know that we have Little Ronaldo here. Yeah. And then, Nivan, please hit that thing before we close out.
Investing in women's unique empowerment, certain direct poverty eradication, and inclusive economic growth. It is therefore LPG SAFE's objective to promote the growth of LPG with strong women and youth participation. In the past few years, LPG SAFE has strongly facilitated and supported women and youth entry in the sector. The association continues to support entrepreneurs with compliance with LPG regulations. This saw more women and youth take opportunities to enter the LPG distribution market and installation businesses. In this Women's Month, the association applauds these businesses that strive to uphold high safety and compliance standards in the industry. We further invite and encourage those who still regulating non-compliant to engage LPG SAFE systems. The association is not only contributing to innovation of the industry, but it is also improving the current board of directors of LPG SAFE because of more women than ever, boasting 7 women directors and directors ultimately. These are the women interested in guiding and building the association accountable for sustainable growth, safety, and compliance objectives. The Chairperson, the Chairperson, and the Managing Director of the association are female. The Chairperson of the LPG committee at our sisters association is female. And yes, it is safe to say, girls face this industry. In addition, more than half of LPG club members are female, and they help navigate the daily challenges of the industry and steer the ship in the right direction. As the Managing Director of LPG SAFE, I would like to express my respect and appreciation to all women in the LPG sector for taking their space and leading the industry through entrepreneurship in their respective organizations and within the association. There is still more work to do, but today, as we close the Women's Month of 2025, let's take time to reflect on and appreciate the hard work we have put in the development of this industry. I thank you.
I know you all think I'm very passionate about LPG. Yes, I am. But of course, I do have my own LPG story, and I believe everybody does. But every single day at the office, like, I'll tell you what, no matter how upset we are, how angry we are because somebody was upset with us at LPG SA, we always come back to the office because we love the job that we do. No matter how much we get beat on, my team and I always come back because we love the job we do. We know that we are making a difference for the communities, for the industry itself. We know that people who take advantage of the work that we do, they actually do well financially. I am an accountant by training, Nivan is an accountant by training. Of course, we'll teach you about brain, even about businesses, argument, you name it. But we love what we do. And we appreciate you supporting us in everything that we do. And we hope to work with you further going forward. I just want to thank Petrogas and EWCTA. People sometimes believe in your madness. And if I tell you how they became a sponsor, you will understand when I say they believe in the madness of this workshop. Right? I spoke to Casey, who works with Taslim. And then she said, honey, we want to work with you. How can we work with you? And I said, you know what, I can develop something for you on how we can collaborate. Give me a weekend. And she said, okay, I'll give you a weekend. And then, of course, I was working on something on the weekend. And then on Monday, I was rereading the concept document. And then Tams calls me. And she says, honey, how's it? Honey, what are you doing? I'm like, Tamsin, I'm doing this. I want so bad to collaborate with EWCTA, so I want to make sure that my concept is nice and right, you know, and fit the purpose. And she says, what is it saying? And then I started, she was going to talk to me about 5 minutes. But then she ended up in an hour. She says, I want to be part of it. Just like that. That just goes to show that when you dream and you are mad about your dream, somebody's going to believe in that madness. Somebody's going to buy into that madness. And I can tell you, I showed the same concept to CEF. And CEF has expressed interest as well that we take this concept and take it out of Gauteng. The same concept. Of course, we have learned today what not to do, what to do, how to move faster. And we're still going to repeat Gauteng, one way or the other, maybe not here, somewhere else. And the very same organizations, Petrogas, EWCTA, now we have CEF, and I'm sure we'll have many more, who says we want to be part of you, we want to do this with you. So guys, our sponsors, thank you very much for believing in our madness as LPG. We really hope we continue to do it, regardless how much we upset you in the future. And to everybody who's here, our members, non-members, stakeholders, you guys, the potential LPG SA members, you've all met Shaylin now, I know you have. Thank you for coming, and thank you for wanting to learn. And we hope you're going to take everything you learned today. You're going to take all the materials that you have received, and you're going to implement it out there in your communities. Travel safe. I know it's late. Travel safe. We really appreciate you, and get home. Until next time.
Okay.